to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Hardy. So maybe I'll just say again, just for the benefit of the record, that the intent of this workshop is to just have an informal discussion of the Electoral Area Service Committee directors and to have some discussion about a number of topics that were generated by the directors themselves over the last few weeks. We've allowed about 45 minutes for each of the topics, but this is completely up to you how you, the directors, how much time you want to spend where. And, part of this is to ensure that everybody's on the same page, what the CVRD is doing, what work is underway, what work is planned, to try to glean from the directors what your interests are in each of these key topics, and then have a discussion around how the staff and the organization might advance your interests over the coming term of office, and then specifically what information you might need from the staff to provide some background for you in any specific areas that you have an interest in. So does that suit you? Do the 5 topics that we've identified, is that consistent with my conversations with you? You're okay? Have we missed anything that you want to address? And there is a time at the end for us to just talk about any other topics you might want to talk about. And there were, I will say from my discussions, there were particular specific interests that individuals mentioned, but these were the common areas where I thought all three of you might benefit from some discussion together. So we'll start with the first, the easiest one. Regional growth and rural growth and development in the electoral areas. And I think, Alana, where'd you go? There you are. Alana, and thank you, Alana, for preparing for this. Alana was asked to provide some background information that's kind of relevant, again, specifically to the electoral areas, where we're at, where the CVRD is going. You've got this regional growth strategy process just being initiated. And so I think it would be helpful to get some information from Alana, and then to have a fulsome discussion, questions from the electoral area directors. Again, this is your opportunity to ask questions about, well, where do you fit in? Where do the electoral areas fit into this process, and how can it benefit you, and that sort of thing. So I'll hand it over to you, Alana.
Thanks very much, Allison, and good morning to the chair and the directors. I think this is a big topic, and so I thought I'd take a bit of a stab at identifying some of the things that I thought might set the tone. But please, if I'm going in a different direction, or you had something else in mind intended with this topic, then please just cut in, and I can switch track. So Allison just noted there that you've taken the initial steps as a board to start talking about the regional growth strategy and a potential 5-year review. You might recall that through the budget process, we had said, you don't have to firm up exactly what you want to come out of that review at this time, but we did ask that you put some parameters in the form of setting a budget that would sort of lend itself to a fairly bare bones scope for the review. And in thinking about the rural areas, part of where we were coming from with that was that a lot of the challenges or issues that we're seeing in the rural areas are things that are likely addressed at the localized level rather than through the high level policy piece at the regional level. So if we talk about the settlement nodes, for example, and that's Mount Washington, Saratoga, and Union Bay, very, very broad strokes in the regional growth strategy, ultimately just defining those areas as the lands within the within the electoral areas that are slated for some growth, provided that servicing can be provided. And this, as you know, is the biggest nuance and challenge with the development of those areas, and that's the servicing, which is, as you also well know, we're with Mark and Derry and their teams making really great strides on moving forward with servicing in the South in particular. So our suggestion to you was that in terms of what was needed or missing from a policy basis for those settlement nodes in the regional growth strategy, we found that really there wasn't anything missing that prevented you or hamstrung you from taking actions to see those settlement nodes build out. And that's part of the recommendation, the rationale for the recommendation that we brought to you. In respect to the rural settlement areas, so these are those lands that are outside of the nodes. They're not the resource areas, and they're outside of the agricultural land reserve. Those lands in the regional growth strategy, very broad strokes policy, right? Policy about protecting lands so that rural uses can be undertaken by residents. So agriculture, forestry, some resource extraction, without that encroachment from residential development. So there again, broad strokes policy, very much enabling policy. And then that in turn is reflected in our official community plan. In terms of growth across the region, we are expecting, you might remember from the housing needs assessment, about a 10% increase in population right across the region between 2016 and 2025. So we're getting close to that. And that would bring our population somewhere in the order of 70,000. I thought I was getting off track. Yeah, just please interject if I'm not going where you want to go.
Just a question. When we talk about the 10% growth in rural areas, that is excluding the settlement nodes, correct?
That's right. So
that seems to be a bone of confusion.
Okay. So in the regional growth strategy, there's a policy that says 90% of the new growth shall occur in the core settlement areas. The core settlement areas are the municipal areas. The settlement expansion lands, those are the lands that are on the fringe of the municipalities, still within the rural areas, and in the settlement nodes. The remaining 10% of growth is anticipated to be made up in those rural settlement areas. So again, those lands that are not in the ALR, not in the resource. And where we see that growth is primarily in the development of 2-lot subdivisions, where we see folks adding a second unit to their property.
514s.
514s, those are the subdivisions to create a residence for a relative. Yeah. So just pulling back there, this is part of the rationale why we suggested to you that we didn't see any major policy gaps for you to accomplish what we think you want to accomplish in respect to rural growth, which we understand to be that managed growth that protects the interests of rural residents and the rural occupations that are undertaken that support the rural economy, to provide development opportunities that can be adequately serviced either publicly or that can be sustained over time, over the long term, with on-site servicing and maintained by private property owners. The kind of development that doesn't trigger an unplanned extension of services into areas, for example, because of septic failure or water shortages, which certainly we do have some legacy developments throughout the rural areas that are marred by some of these challenges, and engineering staff has worked with a number of those areas to create, whether it's small local service areas, but certainly the intent is to prevent that broadly from happening so that any rural development that is not within a service area can reasonably sustain itself without that unplanned creation. In respect to commercial development in the rural areas, primarily this happens within settlement nodes, like at the policy level, but where we really see the commercial development happening in the contribution to rural economy in those rural settlement areas are through home occupation. We have a lot of folks that draw their income, as you would well imagine, from working on their rural property, whether it's a land-based endeavor or something, that's happening as an office or a professional, that kind of thing. So we have a very enabling policy framework in our official community plan and in our zoning bylaw to allow that to happen so that rural folks can draw income from their properties and also support employment opportunities on their properties. The policies around home occupation are such that you can have employees. So this is something, again, that's, I think, an important part of rural policy. And then I think finally, really the kind of subdivisions that we're seeing now, for the most part, are those very small subdivisions. We get a handful of subdivision referrals from the ministry every year. And for the most part, these are 2-3 lot. We feel that the regional growth strategy really has had traction in terms of folks' investments in the settlement nodes. And we're seeing the applications for larger subdivisions And that's relative, 10 lots, 12 lots, 15 lots, the kind of subdivisions that can be supported at this time without public servicing sewer. Those are really geared towards the core settlement areas, but the settlement nodes for the rural areas. I'm happy to speak to any questions that you might have.
Questions, Director Green?
Thanks. Now, I understand that we're actually under the 10% on the last census. We're around 8% growth in the rural areas.
Yeah, to the directors, there is that real nuance, like where we are seeing the growth, which is altogether supported, is in the municipal areas. So we're seeing a decline. You'll remember when the OCP was prepared back in 2014, we crunched those numbers a number of times because for example, we saw negative growth in Area A, just meaning that our replacement rate isn't happening, which of course is a phenomenon right across rural Canada. It'll be interesting, I think, in the next census to see what impact the pandemic has had. That might be that disruptor, to see if that persists. We certainly saw an influx. We saw BC Stats reporting a bit of an influx, but already we've heard anecdotally that has well tapered off, and in fact, folks are returning to larger centers.
Yeah, if I may, just a couple of things. You mentioned the regional growth strategy, and I've made this point before, but when it originally was developed, some of the baseline data they used was pre-2008 economic meltdown, and we should be sitting at about 120,000 people right now in the Comox Valley. So I know that not all these big developments are under our purview. But I'm just wondering, the language in there around services will be provided to the settlement expansion areas through annexation. And the mayor of Comox managed to get it, or a mutually agreed service agreement. So being that, I know we're moving ahead on Area A on some of the, well, at least on the proposal down there, but I just wonder where it leaves some of the other areas in Area B and Area C. And this will be a bigger, broader discussion when we get to our scoping exercise. But, basically that door has been shut, that there is no avenue for servicing outside of the goodwill of the sewage commission, I guess. The areas in my Arden corridor, Lake Trail corridor, right across the street from the city of Courtenay, basically, are on, on-site septic. And everybody's doing fairly good, but they're not getting any. Those systems aren't getting any newer, and what's looming ahead eventually is a huge market for anybody doing on-site septic, because they're just right across from the big pipe. In fact, I think we did something in the OCP back in 2014 where we found out that there was almost 9,000 properties outside the municipality within basically less than 1,000 meters of a sewer pipe. So I just don't know. I mean, that door's been closed. I've been raising the red flag year after year. It kind of falls on deaf ears in municipalities. Nothing wrong here, with them. So I'm just wondering how we're going to address that in the future, because it's got to be addressed. I mean, it's great that we've got partners in the South Sewer system that can make it happen in the way of Comox First Nation. And for the first time, we have a willing sewage commission that's actually willing to look at it. Of course, they're staring down the barrel of what, $100,000 worth of works, $100 million worth of work. So nice to have more partners. So I just don't know. I mean, if you go right back to the Ida Chong letter, it talks about municipalities relaxing policies around servicing. And I remember the first iteration said will. The second iteration said should or shall and should. So it was softened later on in the second letter. But still, it's 20 years on, and the problem's not going to fix itself. So I think that's something we have to look at. I know that's a minority opinion, but I think the same thing exists in Area B and parts of Area B where they also have some, like you say, inconvenient urban development that is inappropriate probably for the size of the lots. But in those days, it wasn't such an issue. They had, obviously community water, which is big, so they could do it. But it's just a ticking time bomb, is what I'm trying to say. So it's only a matter of time before we have to address this. And we don't have that one city councillor at the table anymore who uses the big A word, amalgamation as a solution to everything. So, it's just that we got basically kind of an orphaned population in the settlement expansion area that I don't think anybody's sat down and tried to figure out the way forward for them. I mean, obviously the city of Courtenay's OCP, they don't want any growth. They don't want to expand at all. So that's off the table. At one time we saw that, the big fear in my West Courtenay area C piece was the fact they were going to be taken into this city. Now, of course, that's who can afford to take in an area like that, right? So it's probably not going to happen. So I think that's something we're going to have to address when we get to the scoping exercise. And seeing as I'm the only person that's had 3 cups of coffee this morning and still talking, topping it up with tea this time though. The other thing, of course, is around these big mega developments that we assume are going to go ahead. Obviously Sage Hills is now officially off the table, but we still have the Union Bay Estates, or formerly Kensington, the Trilogy Cayette. That's totally in the purview of Cumberland, correct? Yeah. So I know what happened in Victoria. I believe it was Victoria. Maybe Allison knows, but because some of these great big mega projects got all their MDAs and all their approvals and then sat on them for 10 years, we neglected to put a sunset clause in there. And I don't know what area it was in Capital Regional District, but I think they pulled the pin on them and said, okay, you guys have had 10 years, nothing's happened. And they made them, or at least they scared them into either doing something or renegotiating an MDA. So I just would like some information on that, because I think that's really important too.
Madam Chair, just wanted to qualify that in terms of the provision of community sewer from the Sewage Commission to electoral area A, that's done. The service area has been expanded to include electoral area A, being also the Comox First Nations Treaty Settlement lands, as well as Union Bay Estates. And there are provisions within the regional growth strategy with respect to servicing problem areas. And that's the basis upon which Royston and Union Bay would be included in that. And realizing that will be an agreement of the 3 partners, as well as approvals through the liquid waste management plan. Also that the other 2 growth management areas, Mount Washington and Saratoga, do contemplate community services, just not those from the municipalities. It would be impractical. I think I can speak for that, not being an engineer. But also one other thing is that in the last 6 years, we've really had no pressure from electoral area B and C outside those growth areas, other than Stoughton Falls, which was considered by the board and rejected. But if there are issues or otherwise surrounding Comox and Courtenay in the east, those have not materialized or come forward as solid plans presented to us at this time.
Elena, can you speak to the question about the master development agreements?
Sure. I think, when those agreements were struck, those were contemplated in Well, for example, the Kensington Agreement, then Kensington was on the table back in 2005. And so I think now going forward, we've got new tools in the Local Government Act that we would likely use in the situation if we had a development proponent come forward and as someone who wanted to negotiate, a phased development agreement over many years. So I think those, those are sort of legacy agreement types that we have. Staff is working with both Union Bay Estates and Saratoga in Area C to move those developments along. And I think we're certainly in a better position than we were even 2-3 years ago on both of those fronts. So, those have been challenging tools. We've learned a lot from them. And I think now we've got a Local Government Act that gives us some other tools that we would employ. If I might, the comments around the settlement expansion area servicing, I think these are really live issues that sort of ebb and flow, if a live issue can ebb and flow. But certainly the Lake Trail and Arden communities, when I've attended the old residents associations meetings with you, that is something that I know that residents are concerned about, not wanting necessarily to become part of the municipality, but knowing that for some of the properties, on-site servicing is increasingly becoming a challenge. And so we talked to you in the regional growth strategy about action plans as being implementation plans. And so if you were to contemplate a growth management action plan, perhaps a strategy around the settlement expansion areas could be something that could be housed there. Secondarily, if we hit an OCP review, within this term, then that would be another area of focus. Although we do think there would be value in addressing settlement expansion areas with your municipal colleagues. But food for thought.
Alana, can I just ask you, just before we carry on, to just talk a little bit about the action plans, that kind of where you're at with the sort of moving the RGS forward and maybe what those might involve?
Sure. Thank you, Allison. So we'll be coming to you this spring with a recommendation likely to initiate an RGS review. You'll remember that's an important step that the board needs to make a resolution on whether or not to initiate. And then we'll make a recommendation to you about the type of amendment. So based on the budget proposal that we brought to you, we will likely be coming forward to you with a recommendation to initiate an amendment based on the scope that the budget, I'm sorry, I keep doing this. Initiated an amendment based on the scope that the budget presented, and staff suggestion to you is that could be accomplished as a minor amendment. And then if you go that route, if the board goes that route, we would suggest that a lot of heavy lifting, including public consultation, could occur through the scope of an action plan, as Allison has referenced. These action plans are envisioned to be, where does the rubber hit the road? How do we implement many of the policies in the RGS that have yet to be implemented? Our first one, likely recommendation to you, would be around a climate action climate action plan. And then the second one likely around housing. And those recommendations are or our rationale for that is based on the kind of discussions that we're hearing both at the EA table and then also at the board table, the recent study work that we've done. And generally, I think the sentiment in the community is where we're coming from. So I think within the context of those action plans, there will be good opportunity for the rural areas to have a rural voice, to have the needs of the electoral areas reflected in those action plans. These aren't just strategies that would be used to implement the RGS in the municipalities. They would certainly be for all of the areas.
Thanks, Alana. So just to be clear, we heard that the SEAs have been quite quiet lately about the servicing issues, but I do reiterate that it's only a matter of time. We're talking about 50-year-old septic systems out there. And you said that maybe when we do our regional growth scoping exercise, we might talk about what you call it, a long range plan or some kind of a contingency that looks another 10 years down the road, like we did for the 20 years for the RGS, just to consider what is the policy of the CBRD regarding servicing in those older urban style communities that are on the periphery. Like I said, 9,000 people within a stone's throw of a sewer pipe.
I'm not sure if, if you're looking for a response there, I guess I would just say from a policy perspective, there is a policy basis to look at extension of servicing where there's public health failure or public health matter or environmental matter. So I think that probably was the effort to build in that contingency plan in the RGS. But I think really where that work would need to be fleshed out would be at that lower tier level, really focusing on what could be solutions in the event of those environmental failures.
Well, once again, we don't need like a reactive policy that when it's all one-off failing systems. I mean, we have to admit the fact that it's only a matter of time, right? So, yeah, I mean, I know it says, environmental and health concerns or whatever said in the Ida Chong letter, but, that's, my God, what, 20 years ago. I'm still here. Thank you.
Can I ask just a naive question about that? Those systems, are they irretrievable? Is it that the properties are so small that you can't have a viable septic system on them, or could they be, maintained and rebuilt?
Well, it'd be on a case by case, but of course, some of them they're some of the areas they've got people in single wide mobile homes, right, on very, very small lots. It's not as critical, say, as down in Daniel's area where they've got the old Union Bay side by side, teeny tiny lots. So they have a real challenge putting a system there, but system be put in. But I mean, is that the future?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we want to see? Is that a Band-Aid or a fix?
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Any other questions to Alana about rural growth? There were lots of questions about, in my discussions with you, about 514 subdivisions, secondary suites, inability to create subdivisions. So I just wonder if there's anything there that you want to discuss today.
I got a question in regards to 514. And again, that ability to put on your property a carriage home of some sort, around 1,000 square feet. Is it etched in stone that it has to be 1,000 square feet? Like, can it be 1,500 square feet?
To Director Hardy, no, it's not etched in stone per se. We saw the Building Act, those two numbers, that the origin of that number, 90 square meters, came from the Building Code Act, and then a lot of communities adopted it as the limit for the secondary suite, carriage house, and secondary dwelling. About 3 years ago, I think, the Building Code Act was amended to increase the floor area on the 90. And so some communities took steps to amend their minimum floor area for their secondary suite. We haven't seen a lot of interest. We've seen some interest certainly in doing larger, but I think what we tried to do was, rather than necessarily increase it, because we weren't sure what the magic number was in the absence of, it really is case by case. But what we tried to do in the zoning bylaw was make it very flexible. So that 90 square meters doesn't include shared space. So for example, if you have a secondary suite, and a secondary suite is that self-contained family unit within a dwelling unit, we excluded all shared space. So if you had a shared laundry facility, if you had shared storage, all of that comes out. We try to, it doesn't include, for example, if you have a shared garage, any of those kinds of things. So I think based on the feedback that we've had, we've been able to address some of the issues that folks were facing. We recommended some changes to the zoning bylaw about locations of staircases and landings and how those are calculated, and that seems to have addressed it. But certainly no. I mean, if the rural directors, if you're interested in having us open that up and see what that could look like, what kind of an impact that might make, then that is something that you could direct us to do.
If I could, I think that would be something to maybe go back and review. Because I know, again, a lot of folks are at that stage. Like you look at area B right now, the average age is about 60 in area B, right? So there's a lot of folks that have properties that would like to, add an additional home onto their property because they recognize the fact that their kids are going to have to probably come back and take care of them in about another 10 or 15 years. So I know it's families coming in with a family of 4 or 5 and being asked to live in a 1,000 square foot home. So if there's a means of maybe going back and reviewing that policy and looking at what the impact would be with regards to a 1,500 square foot home in comparison to a 1,000 square foot home, I think might make planning down the road easier for staff as well. If the policy is 1,500 square feet instead of 1,000 square feet, and then there's under 514 that it's kind of let's get on with it and go ahead and start building instead of going through a whole bunch of review processes or whatever down the road. So just throw that out there as something to review and look at.
Director Greg?
Yeah, just to be clear, I think the secondary, like the carriage house, secondary suite, secondary dwelling, is, am I right in saying that it's only 968 or what have you, if it's less than a hectare? And after it's over a hectare, you can build 2 full size. So like I've got 7 acres, I could build 2 full size houses on my property. And that doesn't really apply to the 514 either, does it? That's another issue because that's provincial. So, there is policies there, but I do agree. I mean, we put that limitation that when you do get a 514 subdivision, that we put a limitation that there'd be no increase in density so that you can't also put a carriage house on that property. That's like all policies sounds like a good idea at the time, but as we move on and we experience a housing crisis that shows no signs of abating, and 500,000 immigrants coming to Canada every year, we might have to revisit that policy as well.
I was also asked to speak a little bit about affordable housing, I think later in the agenda. So, no, it's good. Let the conversation happen naturally. But one of the things I was going to flag in that discussion was just around that sweet spot that is so important in that rural areas. And it, puts those 2 pieces that you're talking about, the servicing, on-site servicing and helping families either with their intergenerational family living, succession planning, affordability, whatever the rationale is, lots of good reasons to do that. But it's finding that sweet spot that is really tough. And so sometimes that's best dealt with on a case by case, which is what you see in the 514 applications, where families will come forward with an application to rezone. And I would suggest to you that not that rezoning is easy, it's really not, but it's in that kind of application process or framework that you can make those exceptions, for those unique circumstances where maybe you do have a 7 or 10 acre property where it's quite reasonable that they can service sustainably over the long term. Whereas, the zoning bylaw is such a blunt instrument, right? It's black and it's white. And, although a zoning amendment is challenging for the folks while they're going through it, it's expensive, it's time consuming. It feels like their dirty laundry is being aired to the neighbors. Sometimes that is the best to get that tailor-made solution.
If I could ask another question in regards to annexation. And again, I've brought it up a couple of different times with regards to, say, for example, we look at the town of Comox in area B up by Hector Road and Aspen Road. Folks that have lived in that area for 20, 30 years, and then all of a sudden they find out through the newspaper that an area has been annexed. And you have a lot of folks that have been used to that nice quiet space that all of a sudden is going to have 7 levels storied condos and townhomes, etc., in and around that area. So one of the things maybe, and I've talked with staff a bit about it, is in regards to trying to maintain some type of a green space with that border between various municipalities and the rural areas, like maybe some type of a, maybe it's a 20-meter or 30-meter green space between the two boundaries that ensures that you still have that tranquil space or country space still there while the municipalities are butting up against it. So I don't know how we go about doing that, but again, maybe that's something that we look at in the regional growth strategy moving forward, or it might fit under the housing, it might fit under a whole bunch of different envelopes. But I guess where I'm going at the end of the day is, how do we try and maintain some type of green space between municipal areas and the rural areas to ensure that folks that have been living in those areas do have that rural setting still there that they moved into a long time back. So just throwing that out there as well. Thanks.
I think, that is something that as soon as those applications come forward in the municipal areas where the town or the city or the village is faced with an OCP amendment or rezoning application that would see that kind of development right on the periphery of their municipal boundary, right up against the rural areas. It is heart-wrenching for those residents on the rural side in particular when they see those tracts of mature trees. Maybe one of the venues or the ways, places that we could consider working with the municipalities, because I think it's really important that that's a municipal and rural conversation, could be through one of those action plans on the growth management. So similarly, we were talking about in the the settlement expansion areas, those are the lands that are all adjacent to the municipal boundaries. If we had a strategy as part of the growth management action plan for how those settlement expansion areas are to develop, I think this perhaps could be a venue for that conversation with the municipal partners.
All great discussion, great questions. Anything else, Director Arbour, anything from your area? So I see sort of three areas of interest that, might be sort of continue on in some way through the RGS process, the action plan process, or through some other process. So one is the servicing in dense areas in the electoral areas. So just how does that work going forward in the future? The size of secondary units, it sounds like there's a whole bunch of pieces, and I'm not going to pretend to understand the detail of this, but something around that, the size of secondary units in the electoral areas, and how do you hit that sweet spot, as Alana says, the balance between servicing and providing, housing and opportunity for properties in the rural areas. And then potentially the transition buffers between the municipal areas and the rural areas. Director Grief and then Director.
I beat you. Reach to the top. I blew my own mind. What was I going to say? Yeah, the idea about buffering, surely some park dedication will go a long way as well. We talk about changing communities, and I mean, I can tell you, I've seen changing communities. I remember in Courtney only went as far as Willamar, and 17th Street was the boundary. So, I mean, Courtney and Comox were 3 miles apart, and Cumberland was a long distance phone call away. So, it happens. You can't stop it. I'll let Richard go.
Thanks, Edwin. And just to add to that, and I get and understand that. I guess the biggest thing for me would be, again, the importance of that communication when we start looking at the annexation of CVRD rural areas being annexed by municipal governments or local governments. That was one of the biggest things I found when I came on in November was, again, Aspen Road and Hector Road. Was there are a lot of folks that they were unaware that the town of Comox had annexed, a big parcel of property in and around Aspen Road and Hector Road. So again, being new to the system, I came in asking questions about the annexation and when it occurred and when does the CVRD actually find out about when CVRD property is annexed by, say, for example, the town of Comox to the city of Courtenay. Is there that clear communication, at the start of that process, so the CVRD isn't, you find out 6 months later or a year later that, by the way, the town of Comox has decided to annex this parcel of property. So again, I guess what I would like to see is a better lines of communication with regards to how that process is being undertaken. I think if the CVRD is given the heads up of the rural areas, are given the heads up earlier in the process rather than towards the end of the process, I think would probably be a good thing for everybody. So, and maybe I'm just completely ignorant about that process, Russell. Maybe you might want to put forward a comment or two there about it.
Sure. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it is really between the landowners and the municipalities, with there being the provision that the regional district is notified where at some point along the process, maybe not at the beginning. But I think too, and this speaks to a couple of things, what I'm about to say. It speaks to considering the need of those rural fringe areas to be provided servicing. It speaks to establishing green belts on the proximity of municipalities. The area in question is within the settlement expansion area. So it is intended eventually to be in the settlement expansion area and then being offered the opportunity to be provided municipal services. So it's not as though the RGS has not been numb to that. And the other point I'm trying to make here is it's very hard for us to talk about creating buffers on existing municipal boundaries, because they will eventually expand into those expansion areas, providing the services that are necessary. And ultimately, if you look at the RGS map, the eventual boundaries to our municipalities are all green, are all agricultural areas, a land use that doesn't require necessarily public ownership and management, but provides a different form of land use that is that kind of buffer that we may be seeking between expansion areas. Unfortunately, for the residents that live in the rural area along Hector Road, it's big news to them. They probably weren't aware of this, and suddenly when that development proposal comes forward, it's a shock to them. But given the RGS and the policies that we have, the town is proceeding along the lines of what we would expect them to do.
So if I could, thanks, Russell. That's a great summary. I think again, with regards to the communication side of things, I think maybe again, when we're doing that review of the RGS, that again, we just maybe reemphasize the fact that these folks that do live on the boundaries do recognize the fact that you're on that border that, with regards to expansion of municipalities, there could be a time where you do have the municipality expanding its boundaries and may incorporate properties in and around your house. So again, it's just bringing people up to date or just updating them with regards to the RGS and the growth strategy and with regards to expansion. And there's always that potential. And it's just reminding people or giving people the heads up again that, it might not be today, but it could be 3 years from now, it could be 5 years from now, it could be 10 years from now, but that the properties in and around your property could be annexed by a municipal government. So again, it's just making sure everybody's cognizant of that, I think. And even, maybe it's something that when our realtors are even going out and selling, Edwin wants to sell his house today and his property, and the realtor maybe ensuring that whoever's purchasing that property is aware that this is on the expansion node of the regional growth, the regional district, and there's that potential. So I don't go in there kind of blind and I buy Edwin's house and then I find out 3 years from now, oops, I'm in this annexation boundary and I wish somebody would let me know about that when I bought the house. So again, it's just making sure that communication is there, I guess is where I'm going with that at the end of the day. Thanks.
This goes back to one of my things that I can't believe people buy property without reading official community plans. Like, I just can't believe you do it. And this is, sadly, in the case of the regional district, but really goes to Christiane's world where maybe the communication piece for the regional growth strategy, it's a great opportunity to be a reminder to people just how important and, powerful this document is over the long term, right? So yeah, important piece.
I'm just going to ask Alana, think back on when we were getting contact statements from the municipalities. I think the province came out with a handbook on annexation that actually suggested that they inform the soon-to-be annexed areas. But when we were in the middle a few years later of our it's probably the third South Sewer project, we had $19 million in grants and whatever. And all of a sudden our MLA announced on the week between Christmas and New Year's that they'd just taken in a whole slug of Royston that was part of our engineering plan for the sewer. Which never went ahead anyway, but yeah, so I mean, they're under really no obligation. And this is something I don't see on here that I brought up, is the fact that, how disingenuous the provincial government can be and arbitrary, because they don't really see themselves as, having to inform the junior partners all the time on everything. So yeah, you read about it in the Columnist newspaper, Richard, that's where you read about it.
So maybe those three topics sort of can remain alive particularly through the RGS scoping and development planning piece that you're going through. And including the public communication piece. But those are three topics. Is there anything else in this area that you want to talk about, or maybe we could move, poor Alana's on the hot seat this morning, move on to.
Allison, might I suggest that there are four that the top of improved communications and collaboration with municipalities when they do expand is really a fourth. And if that is a bullet that is important to you, sure, that's important that we capture that.
Excellent. Okay, great. Affordable housing, just, a nice little small light topic for first thing Monday morning.
Okay. So some of the pieces that you just mentioned there, that sets us really well for this conversation. Again, I wasn't too entirely sure what the nature of the conversation is that you're looking for, so I'm going to take a stab, and please interject if I'm getting it wrong. We've done a couple of key studies in the last couple of years to kind of help us understand what's happening in respect to housing in the rural areas and what the needs are. And that's the regional housing needs assessment that we did. We did that as a region. And so we've got really great findings right across the region. And then we also did one for each of the rural areas and then one for each of the municipalities. So I think we've got a really good, clear picture of what was happening out there. And then the pandemic hit. So I do think that we're going to see some repercussions. I think it might be a disruptor like we saw in 2008. And the reverberation of that 2008 economic crisis, we didn't really see in this valley until about 2011. So I think we might see something similar happen here with the pandemic. But during the preparation of the housing needs assessment, we talked a lot in community in consultation about what is both affordable housing, but quickly felt that it was important to talk not just about affordable housing, but what's appropriate housing. And so the sort of definition or parameters that we landed on through the public consultation was that appropriate housing is affordable for all income levels. It's accessible for people of all physical abilities. It's the right size for families. It's close to necessary services and supports. It's connected to those services and supports and other community spaces by active transportation and public transport. And it's stable, safe, and healthy. A few times I've put up the housing wheelhouse, and I've talked to you about, what is it that we're trying to achieve with our regional affordable housing service and our homelessness support service? What are we trying to achieve there? And I would say that in the rural areas, we're probably trying to achieve something different. So on that wheelhouse, you might remember there's a safety net portion of the wheel, which is where we find the emergency shelters and the supportive housing. And then we've got housing with support. So that could be rental housing with subsidy that's provided or rent geared to income. And then on the other third of that wheel, we've got market housing. And that's where you'd find your ownership housing or your market rental housing. I would suggest to you that probably in the rural areas, what we are most often looking at would be the opportunities within the market housing sector. And that's because of who's investing, who's building in the rural areas. And back to our servicing conversation, it is expensive to build in rural areas, as you well know. And a large part of that is relates to the servicing questions that we have. So in the rural areas on the rental side, we've got something called primary rental, and those are those purpose-built rental accommodations that we have. So if we jump into Area C, where we've got the Hillview apartment, that is a purpose-built rental. It's one of the only kinds of multifamily rental housing that we have in our rural areas. It is a legacy, but that's been providing rental housing for families for the last 40 years. Then we've got the secondary rental market, and this is the rental market that's not protected. This is the rental market that sort of exists because of those carriage houses, the secondary suites, or if someone opts to rent out their home. So the reason it's secondary is because it is not protected in any way. If I build a secondary suite, I might decide that I don't want to rent it out. I want to use it for my own purposes. So we can't really rely on it as being a stable part of the rental market. But this is a significant, if I can say, demographic within our rural rental market. And then we also have opportunities within those settlement nodes for affordable or appropriate ownership model. And that's a rural option is to incentivize that kind of housing in the settlement nodes. If we come back to our definition around what is appropriate housing, we know that in order for it to be affordable, it has to be connected to services. One of the biggest contributors, and this will be no surprise to anyone in the room, of course, is that the transportation costs of a household can significantly drive up the cost, the overall affordability of our housing. So if I have to have a car because of where I live in the rural areas, my housing costs have increased significantly. Whereas if I live somewhere that's potentially connected to a bicycle route or etc., then I have that option to remove potentially that vehicle from my overall household expenditure, making the housing more affordable. So in the settlement nodes, I would suggest to you that this is where we do have some opportunities, either at the time of redevelopment, and I'll use the Union Bay Estates development as an example. As part of that development approval, there was a voluntary amenity contribution of affordable housing that comes in two forms. There was a cash contribution of $250,000 we received it in 2017. And that money was put into the affordable housing service, the regional affordable housing service. And then we also have built into that development agreement the provision of affordable units within that ultimate build out. So that's another way that we might see some appropriate affordable housing in the rural areas. One of the biggest things that we have to look at, I think, now, since we've done the housing needs assessment, is really that what does the data tell us that we need in the rural areas? The housing needs assessment and the poverty reduction strategy together found that we have more than adequate supply of single detached dwellings in the Comox Valley, particularly in the rural areas. And of course, that's not surprising. Most of the housing within the rural areas are in the form of single detached dwelling. In the rural areas, we have a significant demographic of what's called overhoused individuals. So typically, these are seniors who have lived in their homes for a long time. All of their assets are tied up in their home. And so they have very little mobility, very few mobility options because all of their wealth is in that home. They might want to stay in the rural area and they find that there's nowhere for them to go to access their money. And so that's why it's really important that, and we see this more and more, that the municipalities, for example, are supporting the construction of more multifamily. And also in the rural areas, that it is good that we have such an enabling framework around the secondary dwelling unit, which enables that transition for someone who is overhoused, not needing that 3,000 square foot single detached anymore, freeing that up for a family, and then being able to move into something on the property, whether a secondary suite or secondary dwelling. And so that question, we see that sometimes in the 514 conversation, right? Most recently, you've seen families coming where the owners of the property, the parents often, aren't ready to move out of the larger dwelling on the property. And the second and third generation are ready to move in. And so we get that squeeze. But often what we see is the reverse, where the older generation is prepared to move to the 90 square meter, and then the second and third generation prepared to move into the larger dwelling. We also see that the private market cannot adequately meet the needs of those that are in housing need in our community. We just know that the private market does something else. It caters to something else. And so, if I'm being bold, I'll say let's stop looking to the private market to satisfy that. If the private market does address some of our affordable housing needs, then that's terrific. But we can't look to that because it isn't working. It doesn't work. And then affordable housing, what is needed? Back to that question of what is needed. We need affordable or suitable housing for those who are on a fixed income. That won't be surprising to you. And those with physical limitations, particularly within the rental market. These are the individuals who are really, really finding that they are ill-housed in the Comox Valley, those on fixed income and those with physical limitations, those who are within the rental market. We see, particularly in Cumberland, for example, that growth we've seen drying up of some of the rental market units. So it's really important for us to be protecting our rental stock, what little we have. You'll remember I said that in the rural areas, this is primarily that secondary stock of rural housing. So we have policy, for example, in our official community plan that says typically the conversion of those units to strata is not supported. And the reason for that is to try to protect that very precarious rental housing. I think I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Alana. It's great to get this sort of high level sort of capsule of information. Fantastic. Thank you, Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Alana. I know one of the concerns I've heard from various folks in Area B is, again, you may mention the fact that, a housing assessment was done. Again, when we go back to the rural areas, especially Area B, the average age, I think 4 years ago was 57 years old, 57 years of age. And by now it's probably closer to 60 plus. The concern, I guess, that I have moving forward is elders housing down the road in the rural areas. And how do we go about dealing with that particular issue? It falls under a number of different boxes. Is it something that revolves around provincial jurisdiction, or is it local government jurisdiction? But where I'm going with this, and I know we've had the conversations in the past, there's the Glacier View Lodge that I think at some degree is going to have to expand to accommodate the ever-growing elder population here in the Comox Valley. So how do we go about dealing with that? I just use Glacier View as just one example, but in the rural areas, do we need to start looking at some type of elder housing for folks down the road? And I know even my own experience with the Comox First Station with our elders is we don't want to leave our house, right? We've lived in this house for 40 some odd years. We don't want to go into an old age facility or whatever. So how do we start looking? I guess that's my mindset right now, is how are we looking 10, 20 years from now with regards to elders housing? And like you said, Alana, that the costs are pretty expensive, right? So let's go hang out at Berwick and on Comox Avenue, and unless you come from a well-established background, the likelihood of most of our elders being able to go into a facility such as that is something that probably won't happen. So how are we looking after the folks that don't have the big pocketbooks? Is there a need for us to start looking at transitional housing where maybe you go from your house on 5 acres to something that's smaller, where maybe there's 5 or 6 different households in and around an area. So, some type of complex where you're not going from your big house to Berwick, but there's something in between, right? Is that something that we need to be looking at down the road? I get and understand with regards to the rural areas as well for our old timers is the fact that, we have the handy dart buses, but unless you fall under a certain criteria, you don't have that ability to hop onto that handy dart bus. But in the meantime, here I am, I'm 80 years old and really I shouldn't be driving anymore. So how are we dealing with some type of transportation for our seniors down the road in and around the rural areas? And I know right now there seems to be some concern with regards to transportation, with regards to transit buses going out into the rural areas. There's a cost associated with doing that. But where I'm going with this again is that transitional part where having conversations with different seniors in the rural areas is, I know I'm not going to be able to drive probably about another 7 years, but I don't want to leave my house. I still got all my wits about me and everything else, but how am I being able to get from, say, for example, Coleman Road into the town of Comox to get to a doctor's appointment or do grocery shopping and stuff like that. So again, just setting that mindset with regards to more addressing concerns for our seniors at the end of the day. Because like I said, in Area B, we're looking at 60 years of age right now. And, it's starting to set in for certain folks. Is like, okay, I still want to be out in the rural area, but how am I getting into town? How am I living? That type of stuff. So I just wanted to flag that when we start talking about the big picture in June with the CBRD. Thanks.
Just to go back, Alana, to what you said earlier, there are provisions for people to 514 or secondary dwellings on rural properties, but there is currently no role for the CVRD in operating or building housing, right? In certainly not in the municipalities and not in the rural areas either, right? So that's a whole new kettle of fish, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think, the issues that you raised, Director Hardy, I think the communities, as you know, they're grappling with them all across the country. How do we best serve our elders? In 2014, we had this conversation. We did a workshop with Island Health on aging in place. What does rural aging in place look like? And we talked about, okay, how does a rural zoning bylaw, for example, set that enabling kind of framework to allow those kinds of transitions to happen within a rural context? One of the takeaways that I had from that workshop and then, over the intervening years is that we'll often hear public health experts speak to the value of keeping people in their homes longer. As you say, when we have our wits about us, it's great for us to be in our homes. And so I think that is a perennial challenge in the rural areas. I think it's an issue not just for local government, as you've flagged, it's maybe the quintessential issue around community building. How do we support our elders best when transitions are needed? So I think one of the things that local government can do is, as I say, to set enabling policy. So our rural official community plan has provisions. We haven't seen anyone take it up, but we've got provisions for that scenario that you raised. What about something with, 5 or 6 units? If folks come together sort of their own intention and build that intentional community that is supported. So we do have an enabling policy for that. We haven't seen a group come up. We did talk a number of years ago with, I'm sorry, the name is escaping me, with a group who was looking at it. I think in their case, they found that, for other reasons, it wasn't a good option for them, and they ended up purchasing property in town. But it is something that we do grapple with. You're right.
Thanks, Alana. Director Green?
Yeah, I think some of the concerns that Richard brought forward have been kicked around. I think Creekside Commons, I think, is where we had that meeting with Island Health VHA at the time. And that's where we started talking about things like transit in rural areas and community halls, some kind of a focal point, which we've started funding now on official. So we actually are spending some of the rural tax dollars on some of the community halls, and because they are a focal point in the country for the community, and not just for seniors, but for young people and children as well. I think the whole early childhood collaborative is talking about, building daycares and whatever in rural areas, and how does that work? Also, the bus issue, I remember bringing that up at a transit meeting, over 10 years ago, and it was kind of laughable at the time. Why would you want buses out in the rural areas? You already got the number 12 that goes all the way out to and hooks up with the Campbell River system out at Oyster River, and that's about it, and it doesn't really connect with anything we're trying to work or what have you. So we had a fellow come, can't remember his name now, but he came and did a study, not from transit, independent, and he talked about a deviated infrequent bus system like they have in the prairies, and they have, say, in our case, we finally got one, but say Thursdays and Tuesdays in my area, it would come 3 times a day, and it would be like a handy dart, because one of the things outside Area B, I don't know if Daniel gets handy dart down there, maybe as far as Royston, but there's a certain area they don't really go to. Area C, you got to go. Huban Road is where they stop. So it was argued apparently under the human rights in Alberta that this wasn't fair. So that's where we brought up this new system where we have the ability of it's a handy dart bus basically, but it'll if you phone ahead, it'll deviate up to 1 kilometer off its route and pick you up on your street or maybe at your gate or what have you, and it goes down Seal Bay and Coleman Road, down Merville, and down headquarters. So it does that kind of a loop. Doesn't bring in everybody, and I don't think it's that well subscribed, but it is there. So at least you can get to a doctor's appointment or pick up some groceries or a bottle of Wiser's. I don't know, but whatever old guys do. And, it was there as an option. So it's not really a big uptake on it, but it is there. And I think that has to be expanded, or at least publicized to the point where people know it's actually available, because I don't think that many people know about it. And like I say, community halls as a center, they say, if you haven't seen Joe's drapes being drawn for 3 or 4 days, you better go knock on his door, because, he lost his wife 2 years ago, and we don't know if he's okay or not. That's community, right? That's things you have to do in the country. But for the most part, what I've seen in Area C, which is predominantly ALR land, and what I've seen of the migration of the 20-acre small farmer guy that they can't drive at night anymore. They basically are selling it and moving to Comox or Courtney and getting a little place. I mean, there isn't too much of that in the country for them, so they're moving out of the country and they're moving into the municipalities because that's where the options are. And then those 20-acre little farms that, you know, they were young when they bought them. You know, a lot of cases it was the end of the line for the psychedelic school bus from San Francisco that broke down on this property, and that's where they stayed and raised their kids and whatever, and then end up moving to town. So there's a new generation of people that move the other way from the, you know, selling their home in Vancouver for 1.7 million and getting 20 acres for 600,000 or something. So there's a changing of the guard going on, right? But I think what we haven't talked about here is that the hidden housing issue. I mean, you talk about the rural areas, you talk about affordable housing. What you're really talking about is that fifth wheel in the field, or the lights that are on in the loft of the barn at 11 o'clock at night. You're talking about the informal housing that's going on, right? And I would like to ask staff, because we're in a public meeting, but I think this is public knowledge. I remember some time ago, the province asked local governments to relax policy around these issues, to allow for, you know, people to park their motorhomes at the superstore parking lot or whatever, to allow for people who are living in those tool sheds, people who are living, because I go back to when I was a kid and people did that all the time. You know, a lot of people that came up here, I mean, read the Dancing in Gumboots story, right? You know, that was the whole Merville story. And that's precisely what it was. People that couldn't really afford very much, you know, and back in the day, and they move into somebody's garden shed or and now it's you got the motorhome and the fifth wheel and lights on and like I say in the loft and the barn. So I think that's something that we were asked to relax policies on. So I don't think the CBRD actually goes out scouting around for these kind of accommodations. Am I correct? We don't purposely go and target that. So I think, you know, when you talk about affordable housing, it's an oxymoron. Let's face it. I talking to a friend of mine who is a mortgage broker. And not the one you think, but a different one. But anyway, he just helped this young couple get a 2-bedroom in Courtney. They got a really good deal. It was only $480,000. They had to save up 20% down. That's nearly $100,000 right there. And they got a really good mortgage rate of 5.9%. They're going to be paying $5,000 a month for this little 2-bedroom apartment. So how is that affordable? I mean, you see the province scratching their head on this. I mean, going back, they promised all these units and everything. Building materials are sky high. Property prices are sky high. Lucky if you can find a tradesperson, you can book them 2 years ahead, maybe. So it's a very challenging market. And I think, you know, we got to pull the veil off this and stop deluding ourselves that we can actually do something about it. Because it's greater than our local government, it's greater than the federal government. Federal government had an opportunity to do something, but they're preoccupied with other things. I mean, you go back to the AHOP housing when everybody got into a house for like $5,000. Well, today that would be probably $80,000 or whatever, but at least there was some funding by the government to build a housing. And we don't see that anymore. So, you know, what we can do is, as local government, is more on the regulatory side, whatever we can do to help there. But I mean, there's no tax dollars flowing through from rural areas that can even hope to address this problem. So, you know, I hate to say it, but I think our best bet is to maybe revisit some of our policies around housing. We talk about 514, and it sounded like a good idea back in 2015 that we would limit it to no net gain in density, so that only one house on each of the subdivided lots. Maybe we can revisit that. Obviously, we have the hidden housing going on anyway. And I talked to people that one person in particular, he's got 2 lots, he's building a new house, and he has to actually take the old house and go in there and demolish 2 bedrooms out of it, so it'll be legal. So we got a house that's got 3 bedrooms right now. He wants to build another one, but because the lot doesn't allow it, he's gonna have to downsize that existing dwelling. Well, again, they sound like good ideas at the time, but I do think with that the winds of change are blowing very loudly out there, and we're going to have to do everything we can to make more affordable housing. Whether it's actually affordable is a whole different thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Topic number 2 in the rural areas. It's sort of limited, so I don't know if staff want to comment on that.
I think you're right. I think it is limited. It's really tough in the rural areas to know what the answers are. I think it's really just creating those enabling conditions. And you're right on the piece about the hidden housing or the hidden homeless. We know that there are a lot of folks and they're desperate and they're floating between friends or families, accessory buildings, their RVs, and you're right, we don't go out looking for those. We've definitely seen a change. 10 years ago, you would see the RVs that were much more remote, like folks were, I think about some of the folks that I've known in my life, those are the folks that want to be left on their own and they don't want to have interaction. And I think what we're seeing now are more of those, efforts to solve the housing crisis. We're seeing the little gun boots and the tricycles beside the doors of those RVs. So we know that folks are really desperate out there. And so I think, being really mindful about the regulations that we put in place, setting the enabling conditions for the folks who are, lucky enough to be able to make investments in their property and in actual construction and housing. I think those are the efforts that you're making, and I think they have played out really well. I guess the other thing I would say too is that as a rural area, this community has done much more than other rural communities. In vacation rentals, that was a huge item a number of years ago, and so through the housing needs assessment, we looked at that. Were vacation rentals putting a significant dent in our rental market that displacing units that would otherwise be used for housing? Maybe it's something that could be looked at again, but at that time it was found that not really. The kinds of vacation rentals that were on the market, with the exception of Area B had the highest that were probably would otherwise be in the rental market if they weren't in vacation rental, for the most part, not seen to be making a huge impact. So I think that tells us that our situation is really a situation of poverty. People are desperate, and even those secondary dwellings, secondary units probably aren't affordable to them. So there's a real divide here in the Comox Valley for sure.
Just a thought, thanks. You talked about the overhoused, and that's something that I had a discussion with Wendy Moron on, because when she was knocking on doors, not the last election, not this last one, the one before it, that she met so many widows, great big house, all by themselves, basically grabbing onto her because they want to talk. Yeah, don't go away yet. I got to go down there. No. So they got 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, pretty big house. So I think it was, at least it helps. It said we don't have a housing shortage, we have a bedroom shortage. And she was trying to encourage people like that to consider. And here we go again, Uncle Eddie's, I used this one before too, about the days when people took in boarders. It was totally acceptable. In fact, we had a spare bedroom. If little Johnny went off to college, you had some some single guy working that was only too happy to come for, and pay room and board and help you chop the wood or whatever. But, the social fabric's all broken down now, and people are terrified like hell on everything that moves or doesn't move. So, I think is a huge opportunity. I guess you can bring family in on that, and that would work. But, insofar as, like I say, even my mom had when they were building the airport and making the runway longer so they could take the big long Voodoo jets, the big long takeoff and landing. They had a whole bunch of people working here, and we had two guys staying. My sister and I had to sleep in the same bedroom for like a whole summer because they're renting out my sister's bedroom, right? So those kind of things just don't happen anymore. And yet you talk about practicality. That'd be the most practical thing imaginable would be to make sure those overhoused houses are at least somewhat occupied and utilized. And getting back to what Director Hardy said about Area B and the aging population, it's going to be more apparent now than ever. So I don't know how can you incentivize that kind of thing? I mean, you're dealing with societal issues really, and it's not an easy one to crack. But there would be a big step in the right direction if we could make sure that some kind of incentive. I don't know. We don't have a lot of sticks or carrots, either one, but just to make it so that you get a little rebate on your water bill or something. I'm not sure what we can do it at this Fisher Price level of local government, but I just thought I'd throw that out there because it isn't so much a housing problem; it's a bedroom problem.
Thanks, Director. Sorry, did you want to respond?
If I could, I was just going to say one thing. It sort of brought to mind some of the issues that Lisa might be speaking to later around local economy and community building and worker housing, right? And so, we've talked over the years about, is there something that we could do as local government to try to encourage partnerships with the large employers or North Island College, for example, to encourage that kind of partnership? Like, what is the role for local government in that? Is there any role? Is it just that relationship building? Is it what is it? Or working your relationships and the power that you have as elected officials to try to nurture those kinds of ideas. But certainly there are lots of ideas out there that would support the community.
I'll just note that today, I think it's at 11 a.m., the Premier's announcing his housing strategy. So stay tuned, right? We'll see what's in there. I mean, maybe there'll be some goodies in there. I think what I've heard this morning in terms of areas of interest, and this clearly is an area of interest and concern for both the municipal members of the CBRD and for the electoral areas. There just maybe some subtleties and as to who, what the problems are and who owns the problems. But so the aging in place, housing transition piece that you spoke of, Dr. Hardy, Dr. Grieve, the hidden housing piece, and the potential for potentially looking at regulations and your zoning to make sure that, well, to potentially enable some of those things. So that I think there's some big question marks there. Maybe the recognition of all of us at this stage in the history of this problem is that the market, Elena, you said this, the market's not going to solve this problem, likely, right? So we're looking for things like partnerships or not-for-profit organizations, community, supports, that kind of thing. And then maybe the potential for incentives around. I'll just tell you an anecdote that I have a friend, an elderly friend, a widow who has two boarders in her house and has for quite some time. And that's how she supports herself. That's her income. in the city. So, yeah, so I think there is potential there. So the housing, transition housing, in terms of aging, transition housing, hidden housing, and opportunities and problems associated with that, potential for non-market solutions, and the regulatory side that local government has a lot of control over. Those are the sort of the areas that I see. And I'm assuming, Alana, all of these things are a part of you, have been a part of your thinking for a long time, and will be a part of the housing action piece potentially of the RGS. Is that right? You okay, Director Herbert? So the one question, maybe just before we take a break, is there a need for information on this housing topic? Is there something that the staff can provide the directors with that might help you better understand the problem in the rural areas, or potential solutions? Bringing back, maybe it sounds like you had a pretty interesting workshop around housing in the rural areas. It's really interesting. Is there anything that you'd like to see going forward over the next few months while you're considering the RGS and action planning process, and things that you might do or positions you might take? You have all the information you need? Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, just going back to the daycare issue. As I say, I'm on that early childhood collaborative, and you know, they are looking at the community halls and the basements of community halls and things like that for potential. I think there's one in Black Creek. There's a Montezuma school at Merville, but we do have a small tax requisition that we raised for community halls, but it doesn't go far enough to actually renovate these things, and they're all owned by societies. As you probably know, volunteerism is flagging terribly. You have an AGM and 3 people turn up. You know, that's what we're dealing with. So, but it is facilities are there, and but the province isn't helpful either, because I mean, you've got the Hand in Hand in Cumberland, yeah, where they've got the outdoor daycare, and kids all pull a wagon with the water and the sandwiches on it, and they go out through the bush and everything. But you know, they still need a bricks and mortar daycare with all these requirements and so much parking. And you know, apparently that's not true in Oregon State or Washington State. So the province is lagging behind the times in a lot of this stuff. So again, you know, I don't see it on here, but I brought up the whole thing about you know, the disadvantage of electoral areas, and that we are absolutely dependent on our provincial partners for virtually anything we try to do. And you know, sometimes they're strangely absent on a lot of these issues. So yeah, I mean, it's you can't do it by ourselves. But you know, like I say, we do have support for community halls. But the other side of that is the fact that, much like the service clubs out there, they're struggling, because volunteerism, people doing things for free, seems to be, at least post-COVID, not on the menu anymore. I know that we have. I've been the chairman of Canada Day since 92, I guess, and this year I've got a meeting tonight. This year we may have to cancel a parade because we don't have any volunteers to put up barricades and stuff like that. So you know, community is only as good as what you put into it. It's not what you get out of it.
Thanks for that. So we'll maybe add daycare and community halls. And it seems to me this has been a topic that's been raised previously, as support for the community halls in the rural areas, right? And potentially where you might come from. You just wonder if you can find, you know, as if there was a daycare location, you get a whole new set of board members of their parents. You know, there might be real incentive there for them to do that. Okay, well, not hearing any other comments or desires for information. I mean, this is all gonna fall into this process. And Elena, just remind me, when will a decision be made by the board about initiating the RGS process? It's this spring, right? It's soon. It'll be before the June strategic planning session is where I'm getting at. What I'm getting at.
Yeah, that timing is deliberate. So we'll bring you that question in May.
In May. Okay, great. Perfect. Good. So why don't we take a break until maybe 10:02, if that would suit you? There's coffee and muffins, and we'll come back and talk about agricultural planning. And I know there was lots of interest by the directors when I talked to you. So come back at 10:02. Oh, here he comes. So thanks for that. That's those are really interesting discussions, and I think really helpful to know where your interests are and potentially, avenues where you might go forward. So the third topic that I gleaned from our conversations was the whole topic, and this was quite a sort of an amorphous topic around agricultural planning. I think all three of you mentioned it somewhere along the way in our conversation. So Lisa's here. She's going to provide a little bit of background, and then we'll just explore what your interests are in this, and again, talk about kind of paths forward for work in the EAs.
Great, thanks. So in terms of the agricultural work that we're doing right now, it is primarily supported by the rural areas through the planning and development services, and guided through the RGS and OCP. There's sort of three prime areas that we're working on right now, in addition to the daily zoning and bylaws. One is, as we updated you a couple of weeks ago, is around the agricultural planning process. And so in there, what we anticipate sort of the outcomes from this interim process and the engagement process is really around framing the jurisdiction of local government, sort of what it is that you have influence and can have influence on moving forward, and ensuring that we have a plan that is modernized to reflect the jurisdictional influence and changes to land use planning approaches and some of the things that you've already spoken about this morning. So in addition to that, we have the food hub, so the agricultural business food hub that we are exploring right now. And that is certainly becoming more and more indicative of where we also need to go with some of the rural economic development support through the agricultural planning process as well. And then starting, I think it was last year or the year before, we also have an agricultural coordinator role that we have working with staff, and that's Nikki Whitaker, and she right now has a lot of her time is focused on the ag plan and as well on the food hub. We are looking at how we can set her work plan to the end of 2024, which is her current contract term, and exploring her role in agricultural extension services. What gaps exist right now in that space, and how she can fill those gaps, as well as really provide the regional district a conduit and a voice for back and forth with the farming community in terms of policy development. We're also working on relationships or partnership development. So exploring the provincial supports right now. We understand that there may be some changes coming to the ag extension services, enhancement of those services from the provincial governments. So we're going to be watching closely what that looks like and how that can support the actions from our ag plan, as well as the work of our agriculture coordinator. We had an initial meeting with young agrarians, so looking at how we can potentially explore some partnership development potentially as a recommendation through the ag plan there, and what options are there. Building out our relationship with local organizations as it pertains to both the food hub and the ag plan. And then looking to ways that we can engage and work with Comox First Nation on all of our current ag projects. I think in addition, from a broader perspective in terms of the regional district, other key areas that we're working on or staff have been working on that intersect with the agriculture planning is around our emergency preparedness and the soil and watershed strategy. In terms of where we need to look at for future considerations, and that will likely come through or be, I guess, elevated through the ag plan discussion, certainly is around the household food security. This is something that is seated within the regional growth strategy, and certainly there can be policy direction through our action plans from the RGS, and that really is a regional vision and action plan. So that goes beyond just the rural areas. Looking certainly at the agricultural or the sustainability of our agricultural sector. We have had considerable, or I would say considerable farm loss, and so we need to be considered on if that trend continues through the changes in our rural economic development, considerations for the business support ecosystem for the ag sector and the ag-based businesses that we have, that we don't have that service for anymore. And then looking at really innovative approaches. So considering what kind of vision we want for the ag sector 10, 20 years down the road, what we need to put in place so that we have a sustainable agricultural sector that is seeing no net farm loss, that's seeing attraction of young farmers into the area, that has a workforce that can support. And then as well as I mentioned earlier, just in terms of how our agricultural sector and a sustainable sector can support food security and sustainability in our region. And then I think the other piece to consider is just the movement of urban agriculture, and also the need to consider the municipal OCPs in terms of our agricultural planning and how they influence intersect with each other. So, and Elena, anything else there?
Sorry. Thanks so much. I think you touched on just about every topic that I heard from the directors when I spoke with them. So any questions, any comments, any areas that you'd like specifically to talk about or to emphasize as being of importance? Director Grieve?
Thanks. Right now, this is still off the side of our desk, right? We do not have an agricultural, aquacultural service. Now, my understanding is they do in Alberni Valley.
They don't. They
don't.
do have an ag plan with a number of very robust initiatives, which they support through their planning function. But again, there's no capital investment. It's very much about similar to us having ag coordinators that help them to undertake a lot of work within the community that delivers on the specifics of their ag plan.
Yeah, because that's where the rubber hits the road, right? You know, you touched on the fact we don't have the Economic Development Society anymore, which did a lot of work for agriculture, but wasn't popular with the municipality. So, you know, like all this is good discussion, but I don't see where we actually have much in the way of actionable stuff that we don't have a budget for agriculture. We just, I mean, it's a little premature to say too much because we haven't been reported out on, have a report out on the food hub and just a very preliminary one on the ag plan itself. But, and you did touch on the Solom watershed, and there again is another one of those things, like I say, you know, when I had a talk with Allison, I said, you know, I'm really tired of all these reports that we generate that are totally dependent on provincial help, because a lot of it is provincial jurisdictions, and they have, you know, you should engage the province on this, and you know, but really, what can we do with or without their help? The Solom River watershed was basically a lame duck on both accounts, because of course, absent in real discussion from the table again is the private forest lands that are control all the watershed for the Solom River that they're currently logging off. So, you know, it's kind of a fool's game. We you know, in local government, there's only so much we can do, only so far we can go. But I'd like to know from the other directors, I mean, and let's include aquaculture in this too, because I argue that it should have been part of the thing right from the get-go, because it is a huge piece of the first dollar economy in the Comox Valley. But, you know, what can we actually do that would have a substantive effect when we don't have a budget? We got a part-time coordinator. You know, are we just, again, spending tens and almost hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes on reports that sit on a shelf because we don't get traction from the province?
What I would add is that Lisa, in her presentation, really emphasized that through the ag plan, determining what is within your influence. That's critical, right? What are the things that you can influence? And I think if we use the Alberni model, that's what they focused on. There was things that they could influence. There are things that they could do. We have the good fortunes of an RGS, which brings municipal participation in support of the function, as well as you know, obviously in the Alberni example, they utilize their planning function to do those influential things. And certainly the ag plan is bringing the various interests of the community together so that they can identify things that perhaps they undertake or that we encourage the province to do. And Lisa's other comment about ag support being considered as by the province to be receiving more resources will certainly help us with having a person here in our community that can get that collaboration with the province on some of the initiatives that might fall out of this plan.
Other thoughts, comments? Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. I know earlier in the year we had the young agrarians come in and give a presentation to the CVRD. And I thought it was great. And I think if I understand correctly, one of the biggest things again is getting into the sector, the affordability of getting into the sector for the younger folks out there and their ability to get into that sector. So I guess, you know, sharing thoughts or opinions for myself is how do we show that support to the young agrarians? And I'm sure that's probably being worked on in the agriculture plan moving forward. But is there a means, and I think we've had some short discussions about it in the past in regards to how does the CVRD or how did the Electoral Area Service Committee support the young agrarians moving forward? Is there a means of us having the ability to acquire some of these farms that Edwin has made mention of, you know, some of the old timers that are kind of getting long in the tooth? They have properties probably in the next 5, 10, 15 years that they're more than likely going to want to sell. Is there a means of the CVRD being able to acquire these properties with the idea of recovering those costs from leasing these properties to the young agrarians? And maybe it starts off small and, you know, maybe it's just 5-acre plots that grow to 10-acre plots to 20 acres, et cetera, down the road. Yeah, I think, again, trying to get provincial support for something like this is very, very important. But one of the things I really haven't heard a whole heck of a lot of is with regards to Agriculture Canada. Where's the federal government fit in with regards to the various programs that they may have available that maybe we haven't seriously looked into? Is one of the things that I guess hopefully through the agriculture planning process that's reviewed and looked at. So I think that's one of the biggest things for me moving forward from this workshop this morning and into our bigger conversations in June is, again, with regards to young agrarian support, how do we go about doing that? And is there the means? And I know sometimes it's difficult when we start looking at provincial and federal dollars to acquire property but I mean, there's different ways of skinning a cat when we start looking at how we can go about having these properties available for young agrarians, I think down the road. You know, maybe it's a park, we turn it into a park, and then, you know, then there's public access because it is a park. Well, you know, there's different means of providing that public access where, you know, the young agrarians have little information booths or whatever, where people can walk through that area and be able to enjoy the space while the young agrarians are going to work. I look at, last week I went out and saw the Anderton Road Therapeutic Nursery facility and met with Jackie for a couple hours and walked through her area. And again, I just look at something like all the different activities that they're undertaking on that particular piece of property. It's not a big piece of property, but again, there's the means of even their mindset with regards to, we get urbanization is getting bigger and bigger. More folks are moving into condos or townhomes. They don't have the ability to go out and grow a garden anymore. But in this particular piece of property, you can go and lease, you know, a little pocket of land about the size of this area here in the carpet, where you can go and grow some vegetables or some plants or something like along that line. So I guess that's where I'm going with regards to maybe thinking outside the box when we start looking at this particular conversation, when we start talking about the support of young agrarians. Here's a big parcel property where they go and grow some food. And then there's some other areas where people can go and grow some roses that, you know, because of urbanization, strata fees, you can't go and even pluck the weeds out of your garden in front of your window there because of strata. So there's different ways of skinning a cat. I think if we just got into a room and spent a couple hours and looked at different avenues and go, well, we can't do this because of this. Well, let's stop looking at, we can't do this because of this, but we can do this because of this. And maybe we just need to switch that mentality a bit there. So those are just my thoughts there. With regards to, I did have another question for you, Lisa, in regards to no net farm loss. And what does that mean in comparison to the use of the farmland or agricultural lands that we have in the Comox Valley right now? I hear different numbers with regards to, you know, here's X amount of hectares of agricultural lands in the Comox Valley, but we're really only utilizing, you know, 8% or 10% or 20%. So I guess I'm still trying to understand that, and probably a lot of that will come out in the agriculture plan with regards to what the actual hectares are out there and what we actually are utilizing. And then with regards to those various properties, how do we go about utilizing them better, and which ones do we really need to consider? And I understand, you know, somebody just kind of took a jiffy marker on a map and went, this is going to be agricultural land, and really didn't give a lot of thought with regards to, you know, you talk to some of the old timers, agriculturalists here in the valley, and they'll go, have no idea why they made that agricultural land reserve. It's a rock pit. It's just solid rock. So I have no idea why or how the province went about turning this into an agricultural land reserve when we know it's not. So do we need to have those conversations with the province again with regards to the designation of the areas that we have under agricultural land reserve? Like, is there a review process down the road maybe? And probably there is, and I'm just, again, new to the table here, not fully understanding what that review process is all about. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Go ahead, Alana.
Maybe we'll tag team this one if that's okay. To your question, Director Hardy, about what does the no net farm loss mean? In the context of the regional growth strategy, there's a policy that says no net loss of farmland, and it's specifically about ALR land. And so that's the policy basis upon which we've hung our hat when we've had folks come forward with applications to the ALC for exclusion. And we haven't seen one of those for a little while. I think that it's further evidence that the RGS is working, that it has traction. But I very much take your point that there's a real difference between percentage of lands or volume of lands in the ALR and then the lands that are actually being farmed or are readily converted from, whether it's rock, into productive farmland. So the last number that I recall, it's probably changed now, was 27% of our ALR was in active production. We know that the costs of bringing land into production are huge. The inputs are huge. And that's some of the feedback that we heard, certainly from the young agrarians and others. I think you're right. I think through the ag plan, one of the key questions that we're posing is, what does the agricultural community need from local government? This sector has, tremendous insight and understanding and knowledge about what is required of them from the province, from a regulatory perspective, from Canada. But the question of what is it specifically that they'd like local government to be able to do, create enabling conditions, get out of the way. What is it? Because I don't know that we necessarily know the answer, and I don't know that it's a fixed answer. When we did the last OCP review, a significant amount of the consultation that we did was on agriculture planning in particular, because there was some thought at the time that, maybe we should update the agricultural plan in 2014. But what we decided, or what we suggested to the rural directors, and the rural directors decided at the time, was that housing a lot of those agriculture supportive policies in the OCP likely gave them a lot more weight than just putting them in the ag plan framework. So in that exercise, we identified a number of tools that the farming community flagged for us as being important. One was the creation of a development permit area. So just in a nutshell, that's a tool that we use to try to create, buffers on non-agricultural land adjacent to agricultural land, to try to prevent some of those interface challenges that we have between residential and ag. And you've seen those come to the table, in the last few months around that development permit area. So that was one of the key things that we did. I think that's all. And then Lisa, on the ag, the question about what can we do to support for a partnership with young agrarians, that's part of your conversation you're having now.
So I think I'll just try to attempt sort of just a fulsome answer to what you're posing, and I think speaking to Director Greaves' comment as well. So I think within the ag plan, the consultants are very, very attuned to ensuring that what is brought forward are things that the local government can really have effect on. And so that you as directors will, through the interim report process, will get a really good idea of what sort of is in the realm of possible. And then from there to contemplate exactly how we can move forward with it. Do we have enough resources? What do we want to cherry pick in terms of where over within a final plan we can affect change, whether there are other changes that we can make to in terms of funding, in terms of servicing, to address more, or whether we need to kind of remain within our current resourcing to address the actions that are going to be put forward to you. So that's one reason why we're coming to an interim with an interim report, so that we can really have that dialogue of what it will take to actually implement these pieces. There's certainly going to be through our engagement with the public, there will be a focus on what can local government do, what is within the jurisdiction, that will help hopefully with that expectation. I think Director Hardy, your suggestions around what the conversations that we can have with the young agrarians are excellent in terms of that. What are the innovative approaches that we can have moving forward? What can we consider? One of the things that the young agrarians, when we spoke to them, really said a critical piece of success in our agricultural sector in addressing a lot of these issues is around the culture of the region, to support agriculture and to have supports in place to ensure that the farm businesses are sustainable. And so, I think that we can have all the infrastructure that we want, but if we don't have that culture of support, and so what is the role of local government within supporting the development of that culture?
Dr. Griffith?
Thank you. Yeah, you touched on a few things there. I think the big thing is the fact that it has to be a viable business. Right now, I think the report said that the average farmer spends $1.04 to make 4 cents. That's not sustainable business. We see the big grocery companies raking in record profits right now. Any of that trickling down to the local farmer? Not much. So talk about getting government out of the way. That's what we need to do. We need to have, because every time I go to anything and talk to the farmers or the farmers, Comox Valley Farmers Institute or Zena's little weekend she had last month with on farming, it all comes down to value added stuff, cut and wrap, bagged produce, primary processing, basically really simple stuff, that just puts it in a different echelon. But then you hear all the difficulties of getting that bag on a shelf in a store. So we talk about a food hub. I think that's, whether or not we're going to get private sector buy-in on that. This is same old conundrum. I mean, we've been talking about this forever. So what do we do? What can we do? Do we just stay out of the way? Just, again, our job is mostly on the regulatory side. Do whatever we can to but when it comes right down to it, it needs investment. And when you know that over the last few years alone, we've lost acreage in farming, we've lost revenue from farming, it's all going in the wrong direction. So what do we do to get it turned around, or at least incentivize the sector to turn itself around? We all know that we have a fiercely independent Comox Valley with some very strong ideas of what should be right and wrong and what should be happening, and they don't always correspond with what is really happening. I think Director Hardy brought an interesting point out. I think he was talking about the Harold Steves model. Harold Steves was one of the fathers of the ALR, and his family goes back to Steveston, go figure. They were one of the first people in the 1800s to actually make West Coast seeds that would actually thrive out here on the coast. And he, I think Richmond still has, and people can speak to this more than I do, but I know that Richmond has those agri-parks where they're a park, but they also have incubator farms on them as well. So it's a way of getting some land for some people to use, if we could work with some of the older farmers, again, say that, people in Area B, average age is probably 60. Well, they're probably farming is even higher than that. So how do we get some of these long in the tooth, been there, done that, tired of this, people to lease out some of their land to the young agrarians? I mean, how do we incentivize that? How do we make that happen? Is there support from the feds? Is there support from the province? We heard that there's some new policies winding their way through some kind of policy paper in the agricultural ministry in Victoria, winding its way through. We'll see how that works out. But it's not an easy one, and we've talked about it over and over again. Yeah, chop and bag, cut and wrap, secondary or primary processing to the point where you can actually have a product, and then some place to actually sell it. We have the big grocery chains, we have a couple of smaller ones on the island that actually do take products. But then again, I mean, when everything's in season in the valley, that's when they have the peas and the beans and all that, and then you have a huge amount of competition from south of the border that we can't really stop. So and people are living on a fixed budget. Some people can afford to buy local. Some people really can't. They just buy what's cheap. I'm sure this is all winding its way through our plan right now. So I look forward to seeing the reports on that and to participate in some of the open houses and whatever, and just hear what's going on the ground, because that thing that was put on at the Merville Hall was very, very interesting, and really, opened my eyes to a lot of real challenges that small farmers and mostly small farmers in this case, but even some of the larger ones are facing right now. So it's, I guess, what's the old story? If I had $1 million, I'd farm until it was gone.
Thanks for that, Director Robert. Okay. Lisa, can you just maybe just for my benefit, give me a sense of the timeline for the agricultural planning process and maybe some of the key milestones? Like when will the interim report be moved forward?
Yeah, sure. So we're just confirming the dates of the engagement sessions. We have 5 planned, 4 themed areas. And just as a reminder, those theme areas are agriculture and emergency preparedness, water management in agriculture, agricultural business or economic development, and the long range planning. And that will include climate mitigation and adaptation. So those 4 themed workshops, and then we'll be having a webinar as well. So we're hoping that those will be concluded by the end of May, and then probably late summer, early fall, with the interim report presented to the this committee, and then from there we'll kind of lay out the next steps in terms of agricultural planning and agricultural servicing.
So Director Hardy?
And I'm just wondering, Lisa, moving forward, I'm sure it's been discussed, but way back in the day when I was a kid, it wasn't out of the norm to go and visit a couple of farms throughout the school year. Is that something that's still being undertaken today? Like with regards to School District 71, like how many field trips do schools make to the different farms? Or, I think that helped, with some of the kids that I went to school with regards to, that might be an interesting thing to get into. And so again, from an education perspective, when we start dealing with our youth, how often are those field trips occurring to the local farms so they get a real touch? I mean, we have friends that are farmers, and we buy a particular brand of milk because that's our friend, and we know that they grow that milk, or they make that milk. So just again, asking that question, I'm sure it's probably in the culture plan.
So that's something that hasn't been contemplated and looked at this point. We have other organizations in the community, certainly from a food sustainability and food security perspective, that do school tours. To the volume, I'm not sure. I think that your point in terms of the education, though, it is something that that will be contemplated in the plan is our role in educating. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that's part of the sustainability of the sector, to draw young people into that option as a future career choice.
Thanks. So what I think I hear is good support for the agricultural planning process that's going forward, and seems to address your interests. Maybe actually, just before I say what I was going to say. Maybe I can just go back to Director Hardy's comments about the agricultural land and inclusion exclusion. I just wondered, maybe Alana, do you want to just speak to the process that's in place around that, just for the benefit of the directors?
Sure. The ALC determines what's in and what's out. And so, as with some of the other types of applications to the ALC, we're a bit of a clearinghouse, meaning that you have a decision point. You can opt whether or not, if you receive an application to exclude land from the reserve, as rural directors, you decide whether or not that moves forward to the ALC for decision. So over the last several years, I think the last one we had was down at Mud Bay, Fanny Bay. And that one was someone looking to convert rural land, agricultural land into residential land. And that was a decision that came to the EA table of the day and opted no, that's not what we're envisioning in that area. So we get them pretty infrequently. Exclusion application, we've had a handful of those. Without sounding pejorative, I would say that the ones that have come to this table have not been about agriculture. They've been, other purposes in mind. So we haven't seen inclusions in the last number of years either, but meaning that we've sort of held the line. One thing, like on that question of what can you do, I think it's really important. You probably, just forgive me, you probably have already thought of this, but it's also the decisions and the considerations that you have about how non-ag land is managed and developed. That can have a significant impact on agriculture as well. And that was something that we've heard loudly and clearly through consultation of the past, right? So maybe just, when we bring you recommendations from rural planning, maybe it behooves us to do a better job of providing some comment and analysis on that. Like, what would the impact on agriculture be for a decision on a particular subdivision, right? Like, how do you protect agriculture through your decision making on rural lands? And again, we get back to that tension, right, about who the rural lands are for, and when we think about where subdivision goes, where rezonings happen, there is that butterfly effect for sure in our rural areas. That's a long way from exclusion and inclusion, so forgive me.
Yeah, thanks. So there is a process in place. The Electoral Services Committee has a role to play in reviewing the applications before they go on to the ALC, and it's a reactive process. Applications come forward from property owners, go through EAC, and then on to the commission, right? So that's all there. So just in summary, again, the agricultural planning process is underway. Sounds like it will include most of your areas of interest. And you'll, see the interim report when it comes forward, just going through a public process. And then the second piece, and I just think we should note this because it's probably super important, is Director Grieve, you talked about doing this off the side of your desk with limited resources. So, and Director Hardy, you as well talked about, well, where can you find other resources? But yeah, your ability to do the things that you want to do your ability is confined by the resources that are allocated to it. So that's, then will come forward, I guess, the recommendations in the agricultural planning process. You'll have to consider that, what you can actually take on, what you have resources to take on, and where you can find new resources to do the things you don't have resources to do now. So I think that's kind of the second piece of it that we shouldn't forget. Director Grieve and then Director Hardy.
Thanks. Yeah, we can talk till blue in the face for sure and never do a thing. This raises a good issue about where is this the source of funding on this. We talk about emergency and food security. Well, we're socking away how much for our pretend homemade carbon tax here at the RD, $1 million. I'm thinking that would be a good place to start. When you talk about food security, why not apply that back into the agricultural, especially in terms of water management? You talk about water management. talk about incentivizing dugouts and stuff like that. We saw that last year. I mean, what can we actually offer people in a tangible way? I would think that this broaches the subject. Do we need an actual service? Do we need a standalone agricultural service? At least the electoral areas. Something we could put forward. You know, we just mentioned budgets. Everybody's all beat up on budget right now, but you know, maybe for the next budget, something we can put after we go through this process and see where we're at. We see if there's actual any rationale of having some pot of money there. You could actually make it available. We talked about you know, agri-parks. We just bought a park for what, 1.6 million that contains a big peat bog. You know, it's not really a productive park, but maybe some of them could be. Anderton Gardens, they've come to us hat in hand already. So I mean, there's a lot we could be doing. Talk about climate emergency, then you know what's more precious than fresh water. We see it, you know, running off the hills during the freshets and the Puntleys and Solom River, you know, expanded to their banks, and it's all in the Straits of Georgia. You can't use it now; it's salt water. So, what we do to somehow, you know, collect and store that water capacity, because the Solom River watershed, there were so many people at the trough, you know, fisheries and the private forest lands, and it's like farmers, I think, came about what, fourth on the list or something. First is fish, right? Fish presence. So, you know, I don't begrudge the fish their water, believe me, but maybe there's some way we can aggregate and retain that water, collect it, because my God, I mean, the way things are going, we're going to need it. And is that something local government can do? Is that something there's federal grants for? I do believe there is some federal grants out there, but see, that's where we need that specific person, like our agricultural coordinator person, just has the ear to the ground on all that stuff all the time, so we can quickly act. And you know, we don't have we have a part-time position. I think we need a full-time position. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just for the director's information, Investment Agriculture is a program that is federally funded, that is out there. It's an application-based program. I think most of the farming community are aware of it, and certainly our ag coordinator does. And they really are the go-to in terms of supporting manure storage, dugouts, and things like that. They'll have various programs aligned with other objectives. So that's one source of funding that is available, where senior levels of government are stepping up, and our local farming communities can access those funds. But certainly you are right, Director Grieve, with the farm plan and the update in your hands for the budget of next year, you can consider what your role may be in terms of also supporting those initiatives.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. You know, every once in a while you watch the news and you'll see some type of an agriculture program going on with regards to urban agriculture, where warehouse facilities are put in place. They have all the cool lights and watering systems in place, and they're doing some pretty cool work there. I'm just wondering if that's something that we've looked at down the road. Is again, my background in agriculture revolves around agriculture, so I'm really quite ignorant with regards to land-based agriculture, but ocean-based agriculture I know quite a bit about. But in regards to, again, that urban agriculture, have we considered or looked at lands that maybe aren't suitable for agriculture if we're growing something in a field, but in regards to growing food in warehouses, is that something that, again, from the sustainability perspective, are we looking at or should be looking at? In regards to Edwin's comment earlier with regards to some type of an agriculture service, and whether it's the electoral area services committee that pays into that particular sector. I think again, when we start looking at urbanization, from municipal governments, et cetera, the more urbanization that's occurring, I think there should be some type of fee of some sort. Maybe it's a carbon credit or something like that, whereby if urbanization is increasing, then obviously there should be some type of contribution coming back from the municipalities. So I don't necessarily look at that agriculture service, I guess, as just being something that's a requisition in the rural communities, but I think it is something that needs to be looked at from local governments as well, because at the end of the day, while they're growing their boundaries, there is that need for more food security for those people that are moving into those communities. So I guess that's why I'm going with that last comment with regards to agriculture services. It's not just the service I think that, you know, is supported by rural communities, but I think it also needs to be supported by, you know, the city of Courtenay, town of Comox, and village coming and moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, good discussion. I'm just wondering if we could maybe start our discussion on parks. And then break for lunch, because I don't think it's here, so maybe we could just push on if we could. Would that be agreeable? Awesome, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doug DeMarzo, Chief of Community Services, here to present parks to you. It's important that we think of the community park system in terms of what's also happening regionally with the new regional park system and the strategic planning that's proposed to happen this year around park services in our communities. It looks at the way we serve in a new spectrum in some ways. Community parks through the electoral areas are often those smaller type parks that serve and focus on the rural communities and don't necessarily always have the regional perspective in the larger parks in traditional type of park systems. However, over the years, it's really been mixed a bit in this community, where a lot of the regional type parks, such as Seal Bay and others, have performed that regional function, but have largely been supported by electoral areas and performed those conservation pieces and other pieces. So as we think of our electoral area community parks, we have to make that distinguishment as we move forward, that the communities also think of our electoral community parks as regional parks, so because some of them are and function as such. But that being said, as we move forth, I think there is over 100 parks in our electoral areas park system. Many of them are different trails, many different sizes. And it seems every year, fortunately, the electoral areas parks adds 1 or 2 parks through subdivision, purchase, or donation. Most recently, we've seen Maris come on and Kwamut come on as 2 parks. So the community parks still play a very important role in our communities. And some of the assets that we talk about, intangible assets, this is one of the services you provide that does offer lots of tangible assets to the community. For example, in 2023 in electoral A, we're looking at the Denman Island Cross Island Trail, potential playground opportunities in the Bain Sound area, Mount Jeffrey sign projects and other tangible products out on the ground. In area B, we're looking at expanding the partnerships with town of Comox for a 2.5 kilometer trail, Copeland Loop Trail improvements at Seal Bay, Don Apps realignment, and then looking forward even further in that management plan to how we can service active transportation in around Seal Bay and other areas. Parks also play a role in climate mitigation and sometimes experimentation, such as green shores and other pieces where we've looked at different ideas that emerge through climate change adaptation and whether they work or don't work or how to perform them, that we could bring those lessons learned and maybe put them in planning policy or other policy in the future. We saw that the Royston Greenway, we're seeing that at some work happening around Bike Road design as well right now. And of course, in Area C, we have some major planning work underway with Spike Road and the One Spot Trail, Maris Nature Park. We're recently opening a partnership with Macaulay Heights parking area. So, and other type work. Some of the parks are inactive. We're bringing them, making them more active, such as Saratoga Park, which we're using to create a greenway to Miracle Beach School. So I think the key is here that your community parks in your electoral areas will continue to play a huge role in active transportation, some conservation, and just serving your electoral community of providing places to gather. So I just wanted to basically close it there, and happy to discuss any comments you may have.
Just could I ask you to just summarize again, maybe mostly for my benefit, the regional parks planning process that you're in at the moment, kind of where that is again, what the big timelines and milestones are?
For sure. So the regional parks piece is underway. We're starting to look at doing background studies this spring, potentially moving out to public input in the fall, and look at what the community values, both in terms of potential future acquisitions, but also where the community values sit around conservation areas, largely in large tracts of land, and help define what that park service is going to be. I think the electoral areas also have a community and strategic plan for their electoral areas parks, which goes through to 2030. But I think that really also had a tone to it that looked at some of the larger areas in conservation that this new regional park service will look at. So once this regional park service is done, it might be appropriate to revisit to determine if those values and goals are still the focus of the community areas electoral area parks program.
So will, do you see the service being defined by this time next year, do you think?
I think the strategic plan to be defined in the regional park service by this time next year will be a lofty goal. I think there's a lot of community conversation that has to happen, but it's very possible, depending if it's, there's a lot of master plans by both municipalities and the electoral areas, greenways and strategic plan, parks strategic plan. So if those end up informing and those values meld with the values of the current public and the land trust organizations and others in the community, then yeah, it's possible by next budget we could be looking at a completed regional parks plan. But I'd say it's a very important community conversation, so I wouldn't want to rush those timelines.
Right. Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks. I think Doug did a good job of summarizing the shift in the parks with the introduction of the regional parks. And one of the things I'd be interested in would be to look at potentially approaching the community parks as we have with the community facilities function, where there's separate services, one for the Bain-Sound portion in Area E and perhaps one for Area B and C. Because the role of community parks, now that there's going to be this regional function, will be mostly focused, as Doug explained, around neighborhood parks and that localized kind of access. And I think for the long term, it would make more sense if residents that live in those immediate areas paid for that service and had more control over that service, rather than what we've tried to do over the last 40 years, which is to have that mixed bag of local and regional. The regional will now have a clear vehicle for it. So I would like, if possible, to get some information, some baseline information around, how many parks exist in the Bain-Sound portion. I'm leaving Hornby and Denman out because they're already separate from the other function. But it'd be interesting to see how many parks we have in each of the areas, what the operating costs are, all those types of questions. I'd be really interested in seeing that this year. Thank you.
Would that be part of the planning process that you're going through, or would that be a separate kind of analysis?
That would be a separate analysis,
okay,
which isn't in our current work plan. So it'd have to come through this strategic planning session if that was the case.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion, questions on regional parks and community parks? Director Green?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop a big bomb here.
So unlike you.
I know. I think what Daniel's saying, it makes a lot of sense, you know, this is taking a bit of the pressure off us because, you know, it's 4/5 of the landmass of the Comox Valley, and we're struggling with, you know, our own little community parks, buying regional parks. And it's been very difficult. Now, my question to staff, if we're going to look at this, would it not make sense to take some of the bigger pieces we have, like Bear Creek and the new Eagles Drive, some of the big pieces that are obviously and probably Seal Bay as well, you know, the big ones, and put them into the regional park service, so as to give us equity. So when we go to the MFA to borrow that $27 million to buy that big piece that is, you know, something we'll never get a chance to buy again. So we have a little bit of equity in the bank and keep the focus on the big pieces. So would that be something we could look at doing? I mean, we'd obviously need anything we buy with our regional parks, we need a 3/4 majority to buy it. The 2/3 for operation. That was part of the deal when we put the service together last year. So it's pretty big, but you know, rather than starting from zero, because we don't really have anything in the regional parks, 250,000 or something, I think, that we put in there. Yeah. So we don't have much in there, but you know, if we want to really go for it, something comes up, it's not like it's going to come up again. The bus is coming again in 10 years. You could buy it in 10 years. What is it they always say about you can only buy the farm next to you once in your lifetime? So, you know, this just an idea that has to be said out loud. I think that why not put the regional parks in a regional park service and create some critical mass that you can use to really do something, which is basically why we started that service in the first place anyway. So
I think I kind of heard two questions there. I think I'll approach the first one with the regional parks being moved into the regional park service. I think this is a piece of the strategic planning process that will be sort itself out. It's whether it's a point in time forward or whether there's considerations of other parks. And I think electoral areas is an advantageous place to have those discussions through that process as a major stakeholder in this piece. And if that's something they want to put forth to the regional parks and trails committee, sorry if I got that wrong, we've only met once, then that is an opportunity for that conversation to be advanced there, and that would be something that maybe comes out of this session again. And then your second question, if something comes up, which would be a new purchase in the short term, I think there's always opportunity for that regional parks service to consider the immediacy of it, and if there's a funding path forward, which there is through the maximum requisition set in that bylaw that you could borrow while this regional parks process goes on, but that'd be up to the regional parks and trails committee. There is a potential mechanism to purchase something through that other committee in the short term and long term.
And if the electoral services committee wanted to see those discussions about, you know, regional status parks in the regional park system, where in that process does that get inserted?
That's a good question. I think it might be it's not inherent into the process, I guess. It'd be if the conversation came up to the community or through the electoral area directors through the public consultation and communication, probably in the fall. You know, we'd come back with drafts and other things definitely to the municipalities and electoral areas. So that would be one chance to set it. But if they wanted it earlier in the conversation, I think it would have to be set through their direction. And then maybe Mark knows a little bit more about the timelines and planning process, but I don't think it was inherently in there. Yeah.
internally.
So then those, I think those rules set out in the bylaw for buildings.
Director Urban?
Yeah, thanks. And for your benefit, Allison, I chair the committee, the Regional Parks Committee, and I've already had a couple of conversations, one with Courtney Councillor and another with Mayor Brown and Cumberland. And what is clear is that starting to dawn on people that we have not created an operating service. So we've just created an acquisition service. So that means that, and some of the questions that are being raised is, okay, well, what if you acquire a large park, but then the areas don't fund it, or the host municipality doesn't fund it, or so we know in the CRD, they ended up having both an acquisition and an operating service, but we haven't done the two. We just started with the acquisition one. So I think it's going to create.
No,
Oh, is there an operating one?
there's the Regional Park Service performs both
Oh, it
operation
does.
and
Okay, so
acquisition.
maybe that's a misconception then
Yeah.
from the people I've talked with. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be good. Yeah, in that case, I think we should be specific as rural areas about, and if there's no formal process, maybe it's a letter from the committee to the service, you know, specifying, say that if there was a couple parks that we have in mind, the two that jumps to mind for me are probably Seal Bay and Nymph Falls. Those are kind of our larger park that I think clearly have a regional profile. I think if we just go into the municipalities with a vague idea of what we want, it'll just spin a bit, but I think we should have a think, and if staff can assist with that around a specific proposal for the EASC to say, hey, we're prepared to give a couple parks into that regional service. And thanks for clarifying. I did not realize when I had the conversation that we had the operating fund tacked on.
Director Hardy?
I asked this question again out of ignorance, and I apologize, but in regards to CBRD from a financial perspective, is there a value, say, for example, on Seal Bay Park? Like what's the value of that particular piece of property from an asset perspective? Like, does that show up on the CBRD books?
There's Seal Bay Park's an interesting one because it's partially Crown grant and then it's partially private land. So with any private land, the value would be based on its market value, I suppose, at that stage and whatever restrictions and covenants have on it. So it'd be best used depending on what's on title and public expectations. So there's a inherent moral value for sure for protection of the green space. And there's also a financial value of the ability to offer, which I'm not suggesting here by any means by saying this, but the ability to offer lands for sale. Yeah.
Because I know I've seen different examples with regards to the asset value. And again, when we start, sometimes we just look at a park and go, oh, well, we just go for a walk through that park. But there's a gas station that, you know, a family fueled up their van so they could go out to Seal Bay Park. Afterwards, they stop off at McDonald's because they've had a nice big walk and, you know, now we got to feed the bellies. So when you start looking at the intangibles of that park and the values that it brings to the community, again, I'm just wondering if that's something that we've explored or is it something that we need to take into consideration? Again, if we're turning around and we want to borrow money to purchase another park, well, it's like, well, based upon here's what the value of Seal Bay Park is to the community in the CBRD's financial records. Here's what the value is from a property perspective, but there's so many other intangibles that we don't weigh against the value of that particular parcel of property. Is that something that we've done, or is that something that is way beyond our scope and nobody really wants to put that effort into? But I've seen different examples, like you said, with around Comox Lake, for example, and people want to go mountain biking. Well, the bicycle shops here in town, because of people wanting to go for a mountain bike ride, you know, somebody goes and buys a new tire for their bike today, or somebody goes and buys a new pair of hiking boots, or like I said, somebody from the Nanaimo drives up and appreciates the park and they stop here in town, have some lunch or something before they head back home. like, are we looking at those values with regards to the regional park service, I guess, at the end of the day?
With regards to our regional park service or our community park service, we haven't done any specific studies on those values. I know it was probably 5, 6, I don't know, 7 years ago, we did work with TVI a little bit, and their objective was to look at the economic values of the parks, largely in the perspective of expanding already visiting state an additional 1 or 2 nights to promote a Seal Bay Park where a visitor, whether international or island wide, comes to the valley, does what they originally intended to do, and then gets the added bonus of, oh, I should stay a night or 2 extra and visit Nymph Falls or Seal Bay, or, you know, down to the Comox Marina Park or whatever piece of, so there is that thought process there. But from an economic perspective, we've never done any of those studies in either of our services that I'm aware of, but they might have predated me, but that's, so it's definitely known, yeah.
I guess where I'm going with this at the end of the day, if I could, again, you make that investment in addition to another park and say it's $2 million. But when you turn around and you, again, like I said, from an asset management perspective, you go, okay, well, you invested $2 million in the acquisition of this park, but you know, there's other values there too that we don't take into consideration that maybe we should, if you're looking at it from a business case perspective. Thanks.
So again, this is not unlike the agricultural planning process. You're in a process of, you know, sorting out the service itself, the regional park service itself. You have the community parks as they are too. A suggestion that perhaps the community parks be broken up into 3 different services. And then secondly, potentially an interest to look at, I don't know, for lack of a better word, transferring some of the parks of regional status into the new regional service. So those are the 2 areas that I think are kind of actionable coming out of the discussion. I see nodding heads. Anything else that you want to say about this, Director Green?
I'm going to say, but yeah, there are people out there that reject spin-offs. They reject the economic impacts of these sort of things. And we've heard that at some of our tourism conversations. You know, there are people that don't want people coming here to our parks. So, you know, I think what Director Hardy is saying makes sense, because everything has economic impact. And I would say that probably parks and outdoor recreation can be made very low impact on the environment, and it's certainly a lot better than a brownfield site in a industrial park somewhere, you know, in what it can bring into the valley's economy. So I think that shouldn't be overlooked. And yeah, I think this is a good discussion, and I'm glad that the directors are at least open to the idea of putting maybe some of these assets in a bigger pot, so we can get the ball rolling on this, so that we can. And you probably know which particular area I have in mind.
Okay, that's great. Super. Thanks very much. And maybe what we can do, we can break for lunch and reconvene at 12:30 if that suits everyone. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I think I start. Oops, I think I started with that. The information I'd like is just an inventory of the parks in the 3 different areas and general. I know staff is currently not monitoring either per area the operating costs, but any kind of sense of that, and just basically good information that could lead to better decision making later on if we do decide to split up the parks. Thank you.
Um, just going back on your comment about your community, the consultants that are doing our ag plan did the ag plan percentage as well. They actually did the ag plan at the same time they did a food security plan. And it took 2.5 years to do those 2 processes, but it sounds like they had some good outcomes there. So just on economic development, I think we've touched on quite a few things already today. And I think in addition to what we've chatted about, just commenting that economic development certainly in the rural areas has a place within the OCP and within the RGS that guides some of the decisions that we're making, but also that there's gaps that exist now in absence of an economic service. The economic service, as you well know, transitioned into the tourism service, tourism being one of the key drivers, economic drivers within the rural areas. And we are moving into a strategy process, planning process for the tourism service. So there will be an opportunity for us to look at the needs of the tourism industry in the rural areas through that strategy development. The ag plan, obviously, as we mentioned, is definitely looking at how the regional district can support the sustainability of the sector. We also spoke about housing this morning, which is a key ingredient, certainly to community economic development. And then I think, as we'll probably hear through the tourism strategy, and we are hearing from through the ag planning process, issues around workforce and workforce housing, which is a very real barrier. Also, the regional district supports the individual rural areas through the community grants, and then we also provide grant to the islands to focus on their individual economic development needs. So I think looking at the rural economic development service was something that is currently on the work plan for the EASC. It has been on there for quite some time, and staff was just to kind of bring it back into focus following the election through this strategic planning process to open up the conversation.
Well, yeah, as you probably know, that we dissolved our active society, and everybody seemed to want to go their separate ways. So maybe along the same lines as community parks being split up into 3 electoral areas, maybe that's what we could do for economic development. Because right now Comox has gone its way, Cumberland has its own ideas, and Courtney has made a stab at it, I think. Pardon me. But yeah, it's about trust and control. And I think that's where everything broke down. So obviously, we're not going to have a regional ECDEV for quite some time. So by fragmenting it into the electoral areas, much like Devon and Hornby have their own ECDEV right now, it's probably, I would think, the most plausible way of doing something along this line. I'm very lucky though, because Tourism Mount Washington runs its own destination marketing. So they're pretty well self-sufficient up there, and they're doing very well. And so far as in my area, I've got resort community up at Saratoga Miracle Beach, but they're really hard casts to herd, because they're all pretty fiercely independent. That sounds like the Comox Valley for you. And we'll see what, whether or not they're even interested. Right now, if you've been up there lately, they're basically unchanged from 1958. The only thing missing is the Impella in the parking lot. It's more the auto court type of thing. Although there's great potential up there, because it is some of the most spectacular scenery looking across the coast mountains over across at London and Powell River. In fact, I saw it through brand new eyes when I had a family friend come out with his extended family from Alberta, and they stayed there for a week, and I went out and had dinner with them. And to see your own backyard through the eyes of somebody who hasn't been there before, like, it was just spectacular for them, And I go, geez, look at this every day, what are you talking about? So, yeah. So I don't know. I'd like to open it up to the other directors and see how they feel about it. I mean, I think last time we talked about it, it was quite a philosophical division and what economic development meant. So maybe it's something we can diversify down to the regional or the electoral area, individual electoral areas, and see if there's something we can do for our own very particular and peculiar different constituencies, because they are quite different. So just a thought, because I think that's where we left it off last time.
Thanks, Dr. Griff. So is the potential in your eyes, is it tourist related, or is there some other kind of economic development? You're thinking of mining, forestry?
Well, obviously
commercial.
agriculture too, but are we going to be considering starting an agricultural service where we could go? Because right now, I mean, you talk about, the 4 cents you make on the dollar spent in agriculture in the Comox Valley. I mean, they need that access to market. They need that, the cut and wrap, chop and bag kind of thing, so they can get their products out there. We need a farmer's, a permanent farmer's market. And, what happened there is the actual, the exhibition ground, which used to belong to the Farmers Institute back in the day, and was given to the regional district for a buck or something, because they couldn't do the operations on it. They were absorbed into what was our sports commission, which is now our rec commission. And it seems to be lost on the rec commission, anything but sports. So we were trying to put a building down there. And it seems to me that's something that would really help the farmers along. Whether it's that site, it makes sense for that site, but maybe that's some discussion we can have through the ag plan, because we do have I'm sorry, what's her name? the lady from the farmers market. Who? What? Twyla. Yeah, we do have her on the ag. So see what she thinks and go forward. And of course, we also have the former director for the farmers market is now the mayor of Cumberland. So there's another possibility of getting some conversation going. But I know it's more complicated than having a permanent place with farmers market, because some of the, again, very diverse group, some of them would rather take their produce to where the people are. rather than setting something up where the people aren't. And right now, I don't think, I think we don't even have a bus service, regular bus service going by the farmers market at the exhibition grounds. So right now they're using the native Suns Hall in the wintertime, and then they go down to the site in the summer outdoors. But again, this is something we've been kicking around the block for 12 years and nothing's ever happened. So we're really good at talking about stuff. We're really good at writing reports, but nothing ever happens. So that's ACTAV. That's big ACTAV, and it ties in with agriculture and everything else. So how we can get over that impasse, I don't know. But I think that's something that we need to press on a little bit, because I mean, the summer farmers market does pretty good. The winter one doesn't do badly either, but they're really cramped. They're in the parking lot and in the little native Suns Hall. I don't know how many square feet it is, maybe 10,000, maybe. So yeah, so that's my idea with that would be for area C would be around the farmers market, creating some kind of outlet for local produce. I know there's lots of models out there. I think Duncan actually do deliveries, don't they? You can order your food box and have it delivered right to your door. I mean, there's lots of stuff we could do. So would ACTAV bring a few dollars into that pot? Maybe so.
Thanks. Lisa, I don't want to put you on the spot, but the tourism services funded, is agriculture a part of that promotion of, farm gate sales and that kind of, is that part of the kind of marketing that they're doing for the Valley?
So not at this point. The funding that we have for our marketing focuses on external markets. Thank you. And not so much local promotion to locals. Although I mean, inadvertently it does work that way. Certainly before there was there have been several initiatives that have supported the farm gate agritourism piece. Whether there's been a huge success from that marketing effort, it didn't raise to the forefront for us to continue with that again. Having said that, though, this is why we're going into a tourism strategy process, right? To kind of identify areas that maybe are not being served right now.
Okay, thanks. So other discussion on economic development more broadly in the electoral areas? Anything you want to push on? Director Hardy?
Excuse me, being very new to the CVRD, I really haven't had a fulsome discussion with senior staff in regards to ACTAV and what has been explored in the past for Area B and where we're going. It is a very important discussion for sure, but I don't believe we've really had a real fulsome discussion revolving around economic development. So I know Lisa, I think I've met her a few different times, but I actually haven't really sat down and had a meeting with her with regards to what it is that Area B should or could be doing in regards to economic development. I know, like Edmund said before, there was a service in place that reached out to the various groups and said, throwing out different ideas with regards to ACTAV, but I haven't been down that road with staff here yet, and I'm sure we probably will be here soon. I know we've been inundated with budgets, and that's taken up a lot of time. So I think now that the dust is settled on that, we can start focusing on some of these other items, such as strategic planning. And again, when we start talking about strategic plan, we start talking about economic development.
Okay.
Thanks.
Director Arbour, anything that you want to raise around that? So at the moment, anyways, it looks like the focus is really focus on or somehow related to agriculture really seems to be the primary drive. So that sounds like that's in hand at the moment on a path. So that's good. We had, there were other topics that were raised. So this is, we're ahead of schedule, as you can see. And I just sort of want to open the floor. Are there some other things that we haven't talked about today that you'd like, again, either some more information on, you want to express some interest in pushing at the June broad board strategic planning session? Or there's some other topics that you want to talk about today?
I'm not sure. It's probably a bigger conversation, but pardon me. Search and rescue is a big item that I know I've had different conversations with different folks about with regards to a home for search and rescue, and then getting behind that particular service. I know maybe Russell can talk a little bit more about that particular search and rescue service.
Sure, I'll just ask Doug to come to the table and share some and where search and rescue may be at with respect to their progress on building sites and such.
Yes, absolutely. In the budget process, there was some commitment to fund search and rescue for $100,000 was put aside to enable them to look at future building needs. And we have met with search and rescue recently, and we've asked them to solicit their preferred building sites and then report back to us. So they'll be reaching out to other communities or business individuals or others, and we'll be back in touch with them, I suspect, in the next, probably before summer, to see what their preferred site options are and what's available for them.
Great, thanks. Like I said, I know it's a priority for a lot of different folks here in the valley. So I thought, if we had some space and some time to just talk about some other special areas, that would be one that I would have flagged again as the search and rescue. I know not only does the CVRD have its service, but I mean, there's probably some different means with regards to local governments here in town with regards to their relationships with different developers and stuff. Maybe there's some room or an appetite there for properties that are going to get developed that, there's a commitment from some of the developers or whatever in the Comox Valley to help out with regards to like Doug said, if we find out land selection or an area that's most suitable for search and rescue, then maybe some of the developers in town, maybe they have a parcel or something that they might be able to put towards that very important organization. I guess another item, and I know we've talked about it through the Strathcona Regional District Hospital service, but again, down the road with regards to health services here in the valley, and whether or not, there's going to be a hub that's established that has all those different services coming into one particular spot. I don't know if we hold that conversation here or if it's a conversation for another day. But I just thought I would also flag health services. I know we're implementing or looking at implementing a health service moving forward. So just having more information, I guess, with regards to how that process is all going to work. And then from a rural perspective, how is that all going to work moving forward? And again, going back to some of those conversations that I had earlier with regards to our elders in the community and their ability and mobility, I guess the biggest one. How do we address that if we're having some of these services right here in the heart of the city of Courtenay or village of Cumberland or over on Hornby Island, where those major hub services are going to take place, is again making sure that transportational mobility for elders down the road is taken into consideration with that. And then I guess finally, and I know we've had some conversations in the past, but again, with regards to the Ministry of Transportation and Main Road, one of the biggest concerns that gets put forward to me from my constituents moving forward again is road maintenance in the rural areas. How many bumps in the roads? You know, there's some folks that can't even drive down the road with some of their vehicles because of the big whoop-de-doos in the roads and the bumps in the roads. Snow removal is another big issue, and I get and understand where we sit in regards to the priority list. But when we have a number of elders that can't get to cancer treatments because they can't get off the road that's totally snowed in, you drive 1,500 meters down the road and the road's perfectly paved, but they can't get out their door is rather troublesome. So I'm not sure. Like I said, I flag it here because we're having that discussion with regards to electoral area services committee, but where does that fit in the big picture with regards to strategic planning? I guess is one of the things that we need to talk about. I guess maybe that's more of that advocacy role. And that's probably something that we really haven't talked about today. In regards to moving forward, again, with the province or with the federal government, as well as our role as advocates, as the directors, and even with regards to staff supporting the directors when it comes time to doing that advocacy work is, again, that should be a key priority for us, but it's not even on the agenda list really when we think about it. So it's just something that just dawned on me. It should have been something that I brought up with you last week. But anyways, those are just some of my thoughts or comments or additions to the list that we've talked about today. Thanks.
Yeah, good. Provide some more information. The health hub is a concept that's being explored by the regional hospital district, and that's a collaboration with the Strathcona and the Comox Valley Regional District. The regional hospital board is a separate corporation, and that's being explored with Island Health. What it would see is the consolidation of many of the leasehold services that Island Health has within this community into one central location. Some of those services are services that do support the rural areas. For instance, the nurses that provide home support and such, those are some of the services that are being contemplated. It is at very early stages. We will be advancing the details around this and reporting back to the regional hospital district. And we will definitely ask Island Health to be very explicit in terms of what services would be included, the level of services to be provided, and what you would see over the next few years if a long-term commitment is being provided to provide the space. So that would really be the forum to explore that. And I really encourage you as area directors to see that your interests are met and explored through the regional hospital district. With respect to road maintenance and road issues, the electoral area directors did meet with the ministry. The ministry has agreed to meet again with you in the fall. We have sent a letter of your expectations to them. We have not yet had a reply yet. We hope to report out something to you at the next EA committee. And if we haven't heard by then, perhaps a follow-up letter on your part would be the appropriate thing to do that. And then the last concept that you expressed was advocacy. So the board recently adopted a new fundamental role in advocacy, one in which you will be targeting the various interests as set by the board in a very strategic manner, meeting with the various ministers and senior levels of staff to explore what you are providing to the service and what your needs are. And Christian Weil will be undertaking that. So that will be very much focused on the advocacy interests of the board. That's not to say that you as area directors, as you respond to your own constituents' concerns, can bring forward other actions at the Electoral Area Services Committee, whether it's letter writing or otherwise, to explore things like road maintenance and the things that are pertaining to your rural areas.
That sort of reminds me of an old joke about if you get an American mad enough, he'll go grab his gun. You get a Canadian mad enough and he might just write a letter to his MLA.
just thinking ahead to June, is there anything else that we've gone through this discussion, we have some key things that we will bring forward in June in some way. We have to figure out how to do that. Are there any other topics that you want to make sure are on the table for the whole board discussion coming from the Electoral Area Services Committee? Yeah, Director Arbor.
Not for June, but I just realized one piece we haven't addressed, which is usually the most important piece for local government, is that we might be doing our OCP this term. So that's a pretty major piece of work, but maybe we can save it. I don't think we're planning work on that this year. So if we're not, maybe that'll be for a future strategic planning session. But it's worth noting because I think it's worth reflecting whether we want almost like a transformational approach to the OCP, like we saw Courtney do for the rural areas, or if we just want to change a couple of commas or anything in between. And I think staff will come back with some options on that. But I thought I would note it because that's probably one of the most important single act we can do as a committee is that renewal of the OCP.
And that's an OCP for your specific electoral area, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about
For all three
for all
electoral
three.
areas.
Yeah, we're not like
Okay.
the Cowichan Valley. I know they just integrated. We've
Yeah.
been integrated, and I'm not yet talking about
Okay.
splitting up. I'm actually serious. Thanks.
Alana, did you want to just maybe just talk about process and timing and
Thank you very much. It's true. You've got one OCP representing all rural areas, and that was a deliberate step that was taken in 2014. So we used to have a series of we had the rural official community plan. We had then a secondary level called electoral area plans. And then we had a tertiary level that got into more of that neighborhood planning. And really, when we took a look at it and talked to the directors of the day, it was just various versions of the same is what we suggested. So one OCP. In respect to timing for a review, I think, in the past, we talked about sort of an order of operations being regional growth strategy, and then the rural OCP talks about how you would be implementing the regional growth strategy. So I still think that's an order that makes good sense. I would also say we're doing a ton of other study work that I think is hitting at some of the areas that you're interested in. So I think that, we won't, unless you direct us, of course, we have no intention of opening up, an OCP review in 23 or even 24, just because of the volume of work that we have underway right now. And then being mindful too of sort of that public engagement fatigue that I think is very real in community.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing that feedback from staff, it may be worth thinking about because having an OCP process and heading into the election, I don't know, I think there's some risks around that. So we may want to just park it for the term. And then it's just that a lot of the language in the OCP is out of date. So a lot of somebody that reads the OCP, the census figures date to 2011 or whatever. So it looks out of date if you're a new resident when you were talking about you're part of the 1% that reads their OCP when they move somewhere. But if somebody read it, it'd be looking a bit out of date. So I don't know if there's something we can do before the end of the term, maybe just to update the background information without doing a substantive analysis around some of the new topics that arise in the areas. Is that something feasible?
To the directors, certainly you can have us look at specific amendments to achieve specific goals or purposes at any time. We, for example, will be bringing forward, if not to this next EASC, but the following, some recommended amendments to some of our development permit areas. And that purpose is to modernize them to reflect some more recent case law. So we can do that at any time. I think where we really want to think about is when it makes sense that we're going out to community for consultation. I think that's when the scope necessarily gets bigger. And, when we go out with broad scope and go out to the community, very easy for these things to grow if people are interested. So it's just, finding that balance.
Director Green?
Thank you. Yeah, I think one thing that made impression on me is that things are constantly changing, and never more so than today. I think the way the world is changing with AI chat box and everything else, social media being what it is, and the frenzy. I think who is it said that? Yeah, that before you can get people to commit atrocities, they must first believe in absurdities. So we're believing in absurdities now. So I think everybody, even the progressive, self-aware, woke person out there is still living way behind the actual times that we're living in. So we always look at it, in the rearview mirror. So I'm happy to hear that we're going to wait for the OCP, because there's going to be more challenges and new challenges than we never imagined before. The things about CO2 in the atmosphere may pale when you're talking about nuclear fallout in the atmosphere. Sorry.
Thanks for that. All right. So that's out there kind of as a big question mark, the timing of that. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. Anything else you want to bring forward? Otherwise, I think we'll call it a day. Russell, anything that you want to say or do? Yeah. I think we have a good list here. I think you have some areas of agreement that you really want to focus on. And there's some good work underway that will have some hopefully good outcomes in your term of office that then you can drive forward. So I think that's good. Any other final comments? Maybe we can just ask for final comments.
Sure. It was fun. Thanks.
Okay, thank you to staff for your time and input. And
Before we do adjourn again, I like Russell's final comment there as well with regards to that this isn't just one kick at the can here. I think we have a couple of more months here before we meet as a group as a whole. Is it June or July? June. So, I mean, if there's any other thoughts, I mean, after a conversation like today, you'll take the dog for a walk or something and you go, what about this or what about that? So I think if I'm understanding correctly, if anybody has any other thoughts or comments or concerns, by all means, bring them forward and we can investigate those prior to our meeting in June.
Mm-hmm.
So
good.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. We have a question. All in favor? Adjourned. Okay. Thank you.
Allison. Thank you, Allison.